Alrighty. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Q&A session. I thought it'd be fun to do one. Kind of on spur in the moment. I delayed it a little bit because I ended up starting to shave right before, and I thought, okay, this will be fine. I'll just shave before the chat. And then it turned out my razor died halfway through the chat, or halfway through the right before, so it would have been funny if I showed up on stream with half a beard and everything, but I thought, okay, better give myself a little extra time to let the shaver charge. So how's it going in chat, everyone? So the weird thing is that before I started the stream, I saw the chat was active, but now that I'm looking at the stream, it looks like the chat that I'm capturing is dead as a doornail, so something might be going on that's funky there. If you're alive and well, let me know. If not, maybe I'll pull up the stream on YouTube's end and take a look and see what might be going on here. Because on my end, I see a dead chat. But it's saying we got people tuning in, and I did see before that people were chatting along, so let me see if I can capture that real quick. Might get some echo here for a second. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So I see you all in the chat here, but as you guys can see in my chat feed, it's not pulling up. So let me see if I can pop out this chat, do a little chatception here on the stream. Here we go. And I'll cut this part out of the actual broadcast, shall I? Bingo. We're in, baby. Alrighty, everyone. Okay, we're alive and well. How is the audio level going? I got a dislike before the stream even started. Rough. Brutal. I noticed that, though. I got someone who dislikes all my videos the second they upload. So I guess good on them. Hey, how's it going, Dubs? How's it going, Josh? How's it going, Gogeta? Audio sounding good? Yeah, how's it going? Do a little mark in chat. It could be the trademark for the name of the stream. Let me get one last thing set up here so that we can get all squared away with the windows here. You think after running a billion shmup slams, wouldn't be an issue. All right, here we go. So I saw some great questions earlier in the chat, so let's just dive right into them since y'all have been waiting. Let's start with Josh RPG's chat question where he was talking about, now that I'm creating, hold on, I gotta put this window over myself, otherwise I'm watching myself talk and that's a little much. Okay, anyway, so Josh RPG was asking, now that I'm creating my own shmup, isn't it kind of a weird conundrum I put myself in, because I am primarily a critic on my channel. That's mostly what I do, is criticize other people's games or other things going on within the world of shmupping. And now that I'm actually putting my own material out there, isn't that a little bit of a, vulnerable spot for me, basically? And I think this is something that critics do have to sort of tackle. And most critics don't ever need to deal with this, right? Because most critics don't actually create original content. And what actually reminded me of this was not too long ago, a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, there's this YouTube channel I'm sure most of you are familiar with called Chris Stuckman, where he does all these movie reviews. He's done them for years. I think he's the biggest YouTube movie reviewer at this point. And over the course of his channel's history, which I have watched it for many years, he's had this ambition to actually become a filmmaker and to be considered more than just a YouTube critic, to get into the business and everything like that. And I guess recently he was able to do that. He's able to get some kind of film off the ground. Interestingly, though, he made a video on his channel where he basically said, okay, I'm gonna take a step back from being a critic now that I'm making my own movie. I'm gonna sort of lighten on the critic side of things. I'm not gonna be too harsh. I'm not gonna be too negative. I'm gonna try and see it more from the filmmaker's perspective and everything like that. And to that, I say, no, not here on the Electric Underground. I will continue to be a bitter critic as I am now. I try not to be too harsh, but you know what I mean. I don't pull any punches. And just because I'm putting my own material out there doesn't mean that I should kind of step back because I'm afraid that I'm going to get punched in the face, which I absolutely am aware of and prepared for. I am under no delusion that the shmup that I'm putting out is going to be the world's greatest shmup and everyone's going to high five and I'm going to just go on to have this massive career as a shmup creator, as the shmup creator, something like that. No, I don't think so. I think what it's going to be is it's more of an exploration of my ideas around the genre and just kind of seeing, you know, trying to actually, I think will help me understand the process of making games more. You know what I mean? So I am fully willing to be fully criticized when I put my own game out there. I did think it would be hilarious though if I made a sort of parody video where I reviewed my own shmup and I just gave it this glowing, like over the top praise where I just talked about how it's such a work of genius and I'm a brilliant master of the genre and this is the greatest shmup ever made, and for centuries people will compare their games to the shmup. I thought that would be funny if I made a video kind of poking fun at the scenario, but yeah, I don't plan to stop being a critic just because I'm making my own game, and I don't think that necessarily takes away from your ability to criticize either, because there are two distinct skills in my opinion. Like creation and commentary are two distinctive skills from one another, and I think in all honesty I'm more talented of a commenter. I'm more talented with my words than I am with my ability to make things in computers and everything like that. So if I made a shmup and it was a bit of an embarrassment, I think that it is what it is, but I don't think it'll be embarrassing, at least at the very least, because it's going to be so freaking hard that only 5 or 6 people can really complain about it too much, because most people will just say, holy shit, this game's way too hard, and that's about where they can end their criticisms. But yeah, so I don't have any illusions of becoming this great shmup creator. And actually I think a critic's mind and like a totally creative person's mind don't necessarily work the same way a lot of times. That's why you'll find actually most really great critics of things or most really great commentators on things are usually sort of mediocre at the actual thing they're in. Think of like in tennis, right? What's that guy, McEnroe? Like McEnroe was a good player, but he's not an all-time great player. But he's a great commentator. Charles Barkley's kind of like that as well. You know what I mean? So they can be really talented players, but they're never the all-time greats or anything like that. That's pretty unusual for the greatest player of all time or the greatest shmup creator of all time to also be a talented commentator, talented critic. And they're just very different, mindsets. So hopefully that answers your question. Let's get to some of the other questions here. Let me see. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, how's it going? Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Yeah, I'm getting attacks of the meme, right? The angry meme guys are disliking all my videos. Very possible. I always have a small little fan base of haters that will dislike my videos when I upload them, but I think they actually change over time. So it's not the same person over the years. It's like that person retires, and they pass on the auto dislike crown to the next guy, and the next guy does that. I don't think it's actually one person all these years who will do this, but I think it's just kind of part of the business of putting your opinions on YouTube and everything. You're gonna have someone who sits and subscribes to you, and the instant you upload, they dislike, which it doesn't really damage you all that much anyway. So it is kind of funny though that how early it comes. Oh, Gogeta talked about Matthew Mitosis, where he's saying that Mitosis is going the creator route as well. Yeah, so Matthew Mitosis is a really interesting topic, actually, because I was a massive fan of him. I say was because he barely makes anything anymore, so it feels weird to say that he's active anymore because he barely puts out videos. But when he was putting out videos, I was a huge fan of his, and actually, he was the reason I created a Patreon in the first place. I was a patron of his for a few months, but then he stopped making videos right when I became a patron, so that didn't last too long because he wasn't making anything. But yeah, I could see him I think Matthew Mitosis would be interesting to see what he comes up with, because the thing about my style of criticism, it's like very specific things that I hone in on criticizing, so you'll know the type of things that I like will appear in my game. Like there's some sort of symmetry there, right? Where I want more enemies, I want bigger explosions, I want denser gameplay. Those are the things I'm always kind of looking for. And so it would make sense that my game would have big explosions, lots of enemies, and dense gameplay. But as far as someone like Matthew Matosis, I wonder what kind of game he would come up with. I would be interested to see. But yeah, I guess at this point, he doesn't really seem all that interested in creating YouTube videos anymore, so making games seems like a natural progression from there, which I can understand. Oh, Dubs is asking if I'm familiar with what's going on our shmups. Yes, I am. I'm actually going to make a video about this really soon. Not a drama video, but I'm making a video about my own shmup, not my shmup Reddit, my own Reddit, the Electric Underground, our Electric Underground, that actually exists. I've been working on it for weeks now. So it is kind of coincidental that our shmups locks up when I'm working on my Reddit, that they're not actually linked. But it's just kind of a funny coincidence because it's kind of a great opportunity now for me to promote my Reddit, because you can't post on our shmup anywhere. But I'm actually very, very aware of this situation because I am probably our shmup's most active poster. If we're being honest, the person who posts on our shmups the most, creator side, is definitely me. And I requested to be able to post on there, and my request was denied, or it's been ignored for a week now, so I can't even post on there. So the last few videos I've done, including this one, I can't post on our shmup, so I have been painfully aware that the Reddit is locked up. That's not a good, I don't think it's a good idea, and I don't understand why he did it, because I know there's drama amongst shmupping people, and if you're in the shmupping world, there's always going to be drama between the various shmupping peoples out there. If you're running a Reddit, if you're running a forum, if you're running a Discord, if you're running a YouTube channel, there's always going to be drama. But my advice is, whenever there's drama, do not respond to it by attacking your own content or attacking your own Reddit, because his Reddit was actually doing really well over the past year or so. It'd grown a lot. You notice he added advertisements. That wasn't really a thing a year ago. So it doesn't make sense to me that he would lock up his Reddit when everything's going well. But, you know, people do crazy things with their channels and stuff, so we'll see. If all else fails, y'all can go post on our Electric Underground. Just saying, that's enough. And I'm making a whole video about this because there's actually a lot more to our Electric Underground than just being an alternative or anything. Like, there's a whole vision behind it, which I'm pretty excited about. Oh, Shane Sienski, I hope I've said that right. Sienski, I looked it up when I was doing the Patreon. I've heard you express your desire for an extremely low-scoring shmup. Will House of Bullets have very low score? Shane, that is an excellent question, because yes, sort of. So what happened is that I decided when I'm making House of Bullets, yeah, I like rather than having the score be in billions and trillions and whatever comes after trillions, I decided, okay, I'm gonna make when you kill an enemy 15 points. I'm gonna make when there's like a max meter, I'm just gonna be per frame bonus 3 points. The funny thing is though, is that I've added in enough scoring mechanics now where it's still very low scoring compared to other shmups, but the score still climbs pretty quickly. So in the end, unfortunately, I don't think I will succeed in making like an uber low scoring shmup. But when you compare it to Donanpachi, DOJ, especially stuff like Crimson Clover, it won't be in the trillions, that's for sure. It'll probably be in the, like, a million might be like a really high score, probably. Something like that. We'll see. Maybe not even, maybe the 100,000s. Might not even break millions. IGN Mark Reviews Shmups. Let's go. Yeah, wouldn't that be... I would love to do content for somewhere like IGN. That's why I kind of liked doing it for Nintendo Life. Not because I actually want to work for those channels, but I love the idea of me smuggling in my content into like a mainstream space and then pissing off their fan base, which is what I did with Nintendo Life, basically, where I brought in like my super strict, super critical views of certain things like input lag and everything. And it did bring me a certain amount of joy to be able to bring that to a little bit of a wider audience. But yeah, I don't think IGN would really go for that, but that would be kind of cool. And I think every year I'll probably have, like, every April Fool's I'll do a sort of parody IGN review. So, Torino asks, as a retro shmupper from the Philippines, I'd like to ask if countries are open again. In case you, sorry, I'm really bad at reading things live. I have a little bit of, I think it's a little bit of dyslexia, to be honest. So I'm gonna paraphrase most of the questions here. Would I go visit other countries? I would, but I don't think I can just financially because it costs a lot of money to travel and everything. So, and the problem is that, let's say, because I was actually dealing with this dilemma with Stunfest a few years ago, where Stunfest was in France, and it would have been really cool to go to France and meet all the European players, and like I had a lot of motivation to go. The problem is that I have to sort of justify to my family my traveling expenses, and so it'd be like, okay, we've been wanting to go to Europe for 10 years now, but instead you're going to go to Europe by yourself for video games. It's like, that's a little bit of a hard sell. But I will say this, is that I am going to be putting on a live shmup event next year here in Idaho, so if people are interested in traveling out to that, yeah, that would be cool to come out, for you all to come out and visit me. Bring you to me, maybe. But I could see myself moving within the states a little easier, like going to somewhere like Chicago or whatever it is for the arcade there, going to California. It's like traveling across oceans and plains and all that sort of stuff. That's when it starts to get a little more expensive. So who knows? Maybe. I don't rule it out, but I don't think in the near future that'll happen. Do I have a release date window? Yeah, I'm trying to get it done within 6 to 7 months. I'm trying to make this thing happen. What I don't want to do is do what I've done many times in the past, where you like make 1/3 of the game and then you get discouraged and quit. Ever since I started my YouTube channel, I've actually been a lot better about this, but I'm gonna grit and get this thing made, at least in like an alpha form. I'm hoping 6 to 7 months. This thing is not going to be Zero Ranger, right? Don't expect Zero Ranger. Expect more like an insane Toho fan game sort of experience. I think that would be a little bit more along the lines. It's going to be a little jank, but the ideas is what I'm really interested in exploring. What do you think about shmup sections? Oh, Gogeta asks, what do you think about shmup tongue twister sections of shmups? How about that? In games like Undertale, Bayonetta. Do you know examples that hurt or help people get used to shmups? I remember Undertale was sort of a thing when that came out, and people were kind of talking about it a little bit, and they were talking about bullet hells a little bit. I don't think it hurts or helps the genre, to be honest. Maybe if everyone started doing it a lot, it could help the genre, like every other game had shmup sections in them. But I think the sort of artistic little throw-ins here and there, like you'll get in the Platinum games, I really don't think they help the genre all that much, because it's sort of like just a gimmick section within that game. Now, as a shmup player, I don't think of shmups as gimmicks, but if you're just some casual player and you come across this section, you know, and the type of shmup sections they create aren't necessarily going to be like level 3 of Ketsui or something. It's going to be a little bit more routed out, a little bit more straightforward. So I think they have like a negligible effect. I don't think they're bad. I don't think they do all that much either. Unless they start showing up a lot, then I could see that being a bit more of a thing. Like, or if they start making them a little bit more intricate, I could see that being a thing. But there's actually a lot of examples of sort of just random shmups appearing in games over the years. Like, I think Tekken had some sort of shmup loading screen. Mortal Kombat, StarCraft 2, I think, has a shmup in it somewhere. So you'll see a lot of that actually over the years. Gogeta's other question, is it too late to make a big channel called Shmups and take over the label like the Beat 'em Ups channel? No, absolutely not. It is not too late. You just need to be hot and young and talk about trendy things, and you can use the name Shmups and obliterate everyone else off of YouTube's as far as search optimization easily. No, it's not too late. I don't think you could do it with like shmup content. You'd have to be like the beat 'em ups guy. The beat 'em ups guy does not do beat 'em up content. He just does sort of like Nintendo news, general YouTubing gaming content, and he's handsome and he has the name Beat 'em Ups. So yeah, if you just are hot and you talk about popular things and you use the name shmups on your channel, I think you could literally like wipe the rest of us off the map without even any problem at all. Reddit drama, yeah. Any more merch coming? Oh, great question. Yes. And this merch I'm really excited about. I actually started working on it tonight. It is going to be made by yours truly and people within my life who are actually capable of making merch. So it's not going to be ghetto. It's going to be legit. But the thing about the Amazon merch that sort of bothered me was that it was really limited. And then Amazon really marked it up a lot more than I wanted. And then I get like this tiny little sliver of that. So I was like, no, this isn't what's the idea? Like, it's not that economical, right? It's convenient, but the thing is I'd rather put in the work, actually create the merch itself and sell it direct to customer. And it is kind of cool because it'll be literally coming from me. And I was thinking about maybe even like signing the merch. That sounds a little egotistical, but it is would be kind of cool, right? To get merch, then I like signed it for you somewhere. So yeah, I'm gonna be making merch, and it's gonna be pretty cool. It's gonna be shirts, and it's gonna be made by yours truly. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. What software do I use? Game Maker 2. I really like that. Let's see what else we got. Sorry, I'm reading Serrera's or Mayfield's question. Has your thoughts on the Cave Toho collab changed in light of the questionnaire Cave hosted and the sheer depth of what it was talking about? I actually don't know what the questionnaire was, but that would be cool if they made like an arcade style shmup with Toho characters and stuff, rather than making like a gacha game and everything. I'm still not totally I'll see it when I believe it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be some sort of gacha mobile game. What would it take for some of these shmups to come to Xbox at some point, or am I fighting a losing battle? TB, I myself am a proud Xbox owner as well, and I hate to tell you, but I think we are in a losing battle. I think the idea of most, like the M2 ports, they're not coming to Xbox, no way. I think your best shot will be sort of the more Western indie shmups. I could see those coming to Xbox because I think it's pretty easy to get stuff on the Xbox. But as far as the M2 stuff and like a lot of the Japanese stuff, I think, yeah, don't hold your breath because I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, Shmups Guy reviews RPGs. There you go. Yeah, just have Nukewarm. I don't know if that's a typo or a clever play on words. Nukewarm takes on IGN headlines and raking the views. Yeah, you know, I thought a lot about adding some kind of news section to my channel. I know, surprising, but I have actually thought about that quite a bit. Like, oh, what if the Electric Underground had a bit of a news section where I'd make every now and again like news videos. But the problem I ran into was I literally thought about this. Like, maybe I'll do a sort of, not do it like total YouTuber where I scroll Twitter and see things on Twitter and YouTube about Twitter drama. But I meant like stuff like, oh, releases coming out, just like the more classic, old school style gaming news. The problem with that though was that I literally was like, okay, let's give this a try. So I opened up all of the gaming websites and I looked through the news articles about the games coming out, and I had so little interest in everything that was being discussed that I couldn't even pretend, because I was kind of trying to do kind of like a snarky, assholey take on the gaming news, maybe be kind of like a bit of a jerk or something, just to shake it up a bit. But I couldn't even summon the energy to research the games enough to even make fun of them. So I thought, okay, this isn't gonna work out. So unfortunately, you probably won't ever see that from the Electric Ground gaming IGN news style content. But maybe if something catches my eye, I'll talk about it. Do you have a shmup achievement that I am particularly proud of, or something you particularly painful for you to achieve? Absolutely, Shane. My Dodonpachi 2-all is the shining example of that. I'm very proud of that. Not a lot of people have cave 2-alls of that caliber, and it took a year and a half of basically playing Dodonpachi nonstop for a year and a half. It was crazy. My second proudest is the Grega clear. So we got, and also my high scores in Danmaku 1-3 were pretty impressive for a while there until Pazzy showed up and destroyed the leaderboard. But I was really proud of my high scores in that game as well. Battle Grega. Radiant Silvergun clear is pretty cool too. I think my next biggest achievement is the one I'm working on now, which will be my Ketsui Emote 2-all, which I was looking at the other day, and there's not a lot of emotes, and there's even less Panzer emotes, so it would be cool to be one of the few, if not the only, Western Panzer emote. There's not a lot of them, so that'll be cool. Yeah, so as far as the logos on the merch, I'm trying out different things, but I was thinking about doing like just a logo here, like right here on the chest, because that was like a little bit more tasteful style merch. So we'll see how that looks, but I think that would be cool. Oh no, Bootrex, I haven't. So Bootrex asks, what do I think of Stella Vanity? And yeah, what are my thoughts on it? So I am going to be, tomorrow is Stella Vanity Day here, as far as my recording schedule, because I'm going to be finishing my review for it tomorrow. But yeah, it is one hell of a game. I think it's insanely overlooked, and so it'd be underrated. So you don't want to get my prepositions confused there. I think it's insanely underrated. Right, there we go. And I might even title my video like the most underrated shmup, one of the most underrated shmup, something like that. Because yeah, it's one hell of a game, and it is hard as shit. It is so freaking hard. I don't think anyone's ever actually cleared the hardest mode of the game. I believe the story goes is that one Japanese player put an insane amount of time and then died on the last boss as the last boss died. You know, that double KO thing. So he didn't technically clear it, and after that he quit. And so I don't think anyone's technically cleared the most highest difficulty of the game. And I was playing it on normal mode, and that game is not playing around, and it's pretty complicated too. It's one of those games where I'm excited to review it, but there's so much shit to talk about, and it's not that well documented that it is kind of challenging. So tomorrow, I'm going to be listening to the Stella Vanity run that was in Shmup Slam, taking notes, researching. I've been playing it over the past week, a little bit on stream, a little bit off stream. Yeah, it's going to be one hell of a review, which I'm trying to get finished tomorrow, or this weekend. Yeah, I'm doing well, Bootrex. Yeah, I'm excited for the heat to die down and finally be able to enjoy the outside. In fact, I'm going to open the door a little bit. Yeah, doing well. Peter, what do I feel about the feedback on the preview I put out on my game? I actually got some really helpful feedback. One person mentioned to me, I think it was BB, mentioned to me that I didn't turn the angles of the spear bullets, so they're like moving diagonally, but the bullet itself was still sort of straight down, but it was moving diagonally. I actually didn't realize that, because you had to do this sort of custom. It was a little bit complicated, but I did fix it. So now when those bullets shoot, they sort of aim at you a little bit more convincingly than they were in the preview. I got a lot of feedback. I think the biggest things in the feedback were a lot of people saying that, as far as negative feedback, I got a lot of positive feedback, which is great. Negative feedback was there's a lot of colors going on for people, and that's very true. And that's a little bit intentional, because I just want to see what happens. So we'll see as we go through near the sort of ending stages of the game. I may tone down some of the saturation of the colors, but I personally am not someone who, like, I'm a little bit colorblind, so I find it kind of fun to be able to actually see a lot of colors going on the screen. But to the average person's eyes, it might be a little much. But I'm also adding in these. I actually added it in. It's not in the preview, but it is in the game now, where when you kill enemies, you know, in like RPGs like Final Fantasy and everything, when you hit enemies and the numbers pop out of them when they die, I actually added that into the game because I thought that was kind of cool. It'd make it look a little more RPG-like. So when you kill enemies now, a little number popped out of them, like 15, 50. So not only do you see how much they're worth, but it also adds some more visual feedback. And I think it kind of mutes the explosions a little bit. So we'll see what people think about that. Do I remember the first shmup I played at the arcade? Absolutely. Because it was basically the only shmup I played at the arcade for many years, which is Raiden 2. A lot of Raiden 2. That was when I thought, actually growing up, I thought like Raiden 2 were like the only shmups. Not only the most popular, but like the only ones. Because that was the only ones I saw for a really long time. Then I saw the Capcom ones later on, like 1943 and everything like that. But at my local arcade, it was literally Raiden 2, and I played that for years. Brutal game. And I wasn't actually all that into shmups when I was going to the arcades. I would play them because I played everything, but they were far from my favorite genre growing up. My favorite genres were beat-em-ups and fighting games. Like, that's what I was all about. That's why I went to the arcades mostly. Then I'd play arcade games like Mr. Do and Pac-Man and everything, and light gun games. I played all the stuff, but my favorites growing up were beat-em-ups and fighting games, not shmups. But that all changed when I played Donanpachi. Now, if my arcades had Donanpachi sitting there, that'd probably be a different story. Let me see here. Thoughts on Steam Deck, potentially for shmups? Oh yeah. So I'm cautiously excited about Steam Deck because in theory, this thing could be a shmup beast. This thing could be insane because it, of course, you can run emulators on it. You could play MAME on it. You could play Shmup Arch. Of course, all the PC exclusive shmups. Zero Ranger, Blue Revolver, Battle Traverse. I mean, the list goes on and on. There's no denying that PC is absolutely all the Toho games, all the fan games, every shmup ever, it feels like, basically. Besides a very few you can play on PC. So PC feel, and the ones you can't play, officially, you can play through emulation, a lot of those as well. So as far as the system, being able to play shmups on a PC and handheld, the library is insane. The big point of concern for me, though, is the execution of the Steam Deck when it comes to the actual hardware. So what kind of controls are they going to put on this thing? Because if they put a crappy D-pad on there and stiff buttons and it feels awkward to play, I mean, game over there. It's very easy to just be like, okay, that's a problem. Another thing that could be an issue with the Steam Deck is the display. Some handhelds over the years, not all, but some handhelds and things like that have laggy displays. And so if they have like a 2-frame lag display on there or something, which I could see happening, that would really hurt it as well. So if they nail the execution with a really fast display and they have really comfortable controls, I think that thing would be a beast for shmups, and I think it'd be really cool. So yes, I think I'm excited for it. I probably won't get one forever because it sounds like they're uber expensive and also going to be one of those things like an Xbox X whatever or a PS5 where you have to wait 12 years before they have enough to actually buy without having to rat race for it. Let me see. Yeah, there were a lot of great comments on that preview video. I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought most people would say, WTF is this, and this looks insane. But a lot of people seem pretty stoked for it. And I think one thing the game has going for it, at least, is that it will probably look badass in trailers because it's just badass all the time. It's just shmup all the time. There's not those sections where you're like flying around waiting for things to happen. So it's really easy to find convincing sections of gameplay to throw on trailers or to put on thumbnails because there's just stuff happening constantly in the game. And of course it's bright and saturated. So I think it'll look good when you look at it on videos and everything, which was one of my goals. Would I ever consider doing a dev stream, or is that too behind the curtain? I would, but I think it'd be too boring because my deving is painfully slow and boring process. I might do like a playtesting though. That would be fun, right? Like I finish the stage and then maybe I'll stream the playtesting. That might be fun where you all can see me get absolutely obliterated by the game. because the way I sort of do the stage design so far, there's actually a lot more in the game now than there was in the preview, is I just make it really hard and then I sort of chip back at it. So rather than, I think a lot of people, the way they design shmups, at least from when I've done interviews over the years, is they sort of plan it out and then they add in like strategically, oh, let's put an enemy here, let's put an enemy there, let's put an enemy there. I think I have a different version of doing it because I have so many enemies in the game, and the enemy counts, like if you, I should show a screenshot at the time, but the enemy counts are absolutely insane when you look at the stage. Like when you look at this room window, it's just covered in enemies because so many of them come down and explode that you actually don't notice how many enemies there are in the game, but the enemy count is insane. So because of that, I can't sit there and, oh, let's add one more bird, let's add another bird, oh, let's add a little shooter guy on the left here, let's add I have actually this new like ogre enemy, let's add an ogre here. Instead, I kind of just take a step back and I plan it more generally, like, okay, you're gonna have a lot of aimed bullets over here, you're gonna have these birds chasing you over here, you're gonna have this wall of enemies appear here, and then I'm just gonna throw in enemies as needed. And then when I playtest it and I get to sections where it's just way too insane or way too hard, then I slowly sort of taper it back. But it is kind of a fun process. So I think watching me do the play testing of the stages, that might be entertaining. So I'll probably do that. Oh, this is a great question. What happened to my podcast? I can't see any episodes of it now. What happened to the RSS feed of it is that I stopped paying the hosting fees because it was getting absurd and just way too expensive. So I got sick of paying SoundCloud like $150 a year, and I was like, okay, there's got to be a more economical way to do this. So there is. So one way is, if you want, you can just, all the podcast episodes are on my YouTube channel in the podcast playlist, so you can get them that way. I know a lot of people don't want to do it because that's, the video versions and you want to listen to them. So there's another way to get them in audio form right now, which is if you go onto the Electric Underground Reddit, there's, not all of them are up there yet, but almost all of them are there, where you go into the Electric Underground Reddit and there's a flare for podcasts. You hit it, all the episodes, there you go. And so almost all of them are on there, and I'm going to add in the last 12 or so tomorrow. So by the time you probably get around to doing it, they'll all be on there, so you can get it that way. I'll probably also see if I can figure out some sort of workaround to a free RSS feed, basically. Or if you're a patron, you get them all on your Patreon RSS feed. So if you're a patron, all of them are on the Patreon RSS feed. The public and the exclusive podcasts are all there. I'm gonna try and figure out some kind of public RSS feed that's free, but I want to avoid paying hosting fees. That's the big barrier for me, is I don't want to pay hosting fees for those anymore, because I probably spent $1,000 over the years through promotion, through hosting fees on the podcast, probably, and it was getting to be way too much money. And I'm more focused on the YouTube channel now, so that's why I didn't continue the RSS feed on SoundCloud. So I'll probably figure something else out as far as a free version of the RSS feed. And I'll probably just do also like an internet archive where it just has, maybe I'll do this actually on the podcast playlist. I'll just have an internet archive link too, where it's just every episode and you just download all episodes. But they're not gone. They're preserved in all kinds of different locations. They're not gone from the internet. They're just weirdly placed in all these different locations. Like they're on my Patreon, they're on the Reddit, they're on my YouTube channel. So they're still around. So that's where the podcast. Yeah, they just disappeared because if you don't pay your hosting fees, SoundCloud erases all your episodes of it. So they're mean. It would be nice if they just decided not to let you upload anymore, right? Wouldn't that make sense, SoundCloud? Is I paid you 2 years, $300 to host these. Maybe wouldn't it be nice to just leave them instead of deleting them all? So yeah, that's why they're gone, because SoundCloud. Oh, this is a great question. Soy Milk asks, do you prefer listening to game audio when playing shmups, or do you prefer your own music? Actually, a compromise of the two. So when I first play a shmup, especially if I'm reviewing it or something, I'll listen to the game audio. But if I'm playing something like Ketsui or Dodonpachi or something where I'm going, or Grega, where I'm going for this massive score, and I play the game thousands of hours, no, I cannot listen to those soundtracks for thousands of hours. As great as they are, I don't have the brain for that, and I do love listening to music. So what I will do is if the port allows it, some ports do, like Danmaku Limited 3, definitely I do this, turn off game audio, or game music, but leave game sound effects, and then play my own music behind the sound effects. That's how I do it. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's why it's a really important feature, I think, to allow you to mute the game audio. Unfortunately, in emulator, you can't always do that. So, like Dodonpachi, if you go back, well, you can't go back because YouTube deletes all these old, streams or whatever, or Twitch deletes all those old streams. But my old Twitch streams, I would just play like other games' music or whatever I could get away with because I just could not listen to any more Dodonpachi music. So there's times where I'd play like RPG music, or I'd play Super Mario RPG, for example. I think one of them got like taken down because Nintendo doesn't let you play Super Mario RPG music, apparently. Yeah, I used to play like commercial music on my Twitch channel back in the day, and so like almost all my Twitch streams were muted because I was playing licensed music. Unfortunately, now I don't think you can get away with that. Even muting, I don't think they'll do. They'll just boot you. So I don't do that. I've been thinking about maybe doing a Discord stream and playing licensed music on my Discord stream or something at some point. But the problem with the Discord stream is just it's more work and everything. So, but yes, when I'm practicing, I usually listen to my own music. Yeah, SoundCloud's freaking expensive. The reason why is because SoundCloud is made for rap and meme internet music, basically. So when you make a SoundCloud account, if you're a rapper or you make meme music, you don't really need to pay, right? Or you barely pay anything. But if you're a podcaster, and this is the Framesavers' fault because they had a SoundCloud and I just copied them. Well, it's my fault too, but that's where I got the ideas. They, for some reason, decided to put their podcast on SoundCloud because SoundCloud was hot for a while there. And so I put my podcast on SoundCloud, but if you try to put a podcast on SoundCloud, it's hella expensive, and they don't pay you. So it's a horrible platform for podcasting. Don't do it. And I was gonna put it on Podbean or whatever because I saw that Podbean said that, oh, free hosting. I was like, hell yeah, that's not true. You have to pay them to host your podcast too. So yeah, that's why I'm saying it's kind of in this weird, all over the place format, right? Patreon hosts them for free, so that's why I actually put them on the Patreon, because Patreon will host your podcast for free, which is nice. Do you think Switch will reach the level of 360 in terms of amount of quality shmups on the platform? Or is the input lag too much of a barrier to pass? So I'm going to bring in the hot questions today. I've thought about that a lot. I think it could definitely surpass the 360, to be honest, because it almost is catching up with the 360's library. Now, will those, like the Mushi port, for example, I still would probably play it on the 360 over playing it on the Switch, but it's close enough that you could get away with playing it on the Switch, basically. The slowdown is a little too fast, but it's not too bad. And just the Switch is becoming a powerhouse of all these shmup titles, so yeah, I can see a future, especially if they make a better Switch, right? Like a real Switch Pro that cuts out the lag, that has legit input lag and everything. Then I could definitely see it surpassing it. So I think in the future, yeah, I could see the Switch surpassing the 360, absolutely. I don't think it'll take all that long, and especially if they make some kind of Switch Pro or something that fixes the input lag issues and has FreeSync and all this sort of stuff. But that being said, I don't see the Switch surpassing the PS4. So I think the real question, the underlying question here is the PS4. Because I think the PS4 is probably right now very close to being the best shmup console of all time. I mean, it is an absolute beast. and it just gets more beastly by the day. So I think that is more of the real question is how far will the PS4 go? I don't think the Switch will pass the PS4, and I don't really see it. I think those shmups that are coming to Switch will come to the PS4 as well, which will be really cool. At least that's what I thought I heard. So I think the PS4 is the hot biscuit as far as shmup consoles, but I think the Switch will probably come in second in the end. Yeah, and you can also download them from the Reddit as well, Yakumo. So even like you can just straight up download them from the Reddit. You go to Our Electric Underground, click on the podcast flare, and you just download them direct. So, or you can watch them on YouTube if you want to be cool like that. You know, I wouldn't mind. My poor YouTube podcast numbers are so tiny, because I released them before I was a YouTuber, so they just kind of sat there for years. And YouTube's like, no. If you make a video and it just sits there for years, YouTube basically never recommends it or anything. PS4 versus Switch. That's a great topic. Yes. So I'm gonna make a topic about the PS5, but the PS5, yeah, the PS5 is gonna be a beast. But the problem with the PS5 for me is that the PS5 doesn't allow you to output in 480p. It's a stupid, very silly oversight that I'm sure they could fix with a firmware update. But the problem is, this is why I probably won't get a PS5 for a really long time, is that you can actually see it here on the camera, right? Because I have my camera close, so you can see it right here, right? This is my CRT. I play all shmups on CRT now. I used to play them on my FreeSync monitor and everything, but I just miss playing them on the CRT. Now I'm sort of hooked. So now I play everything on the CRT because less of lag, and I just like CRTs and everything. And the thing is that the PS4 is magical because it can output 480p, and it outputs this perfect 480p for that converter to go onto your CRTs. The PS5 will not, and the Xbox One X will not output 480p for whatever reason. It refuses to do it. So I can't use my Extron with it, and so that sucks. So I probably won't get a PS5 for a really long time because of just that simple oversight of not including the 480p option. Why? Why not? It's not like it's, I don't know, it's stupid. So yeah, you can't play in 480p. I could see, again, a simple firmware update making that happen, but for whatever reason, the new generation of consoles don't output in 480p. The Switch does, though, funnily enough, because Nintendo are all about older, shitty displays. So the Switch, one thing about the Switch that's really cool still is that it does output 480p, and I'm willing to bet that the 480p, or that the Switch Pro, whenever that comes out, I'm willing to bet that probably will as well. So a simple feature that's actually super important if you play on CRT. If you don't play on CRT, it doesn't matter, right? Playing 1080p doesn't matter. But it's the CRT users that get kind of boned by not having the 480p output. But other than that, the PS5 does look cool. Like, if I played regular games more, PS5 would definitely be the way to go, because the PS4 kind of sucks for regular games because the load times in it are stupid long and frustrating. Like, I tried to play Hitman on my PS4 and I about ripped my hair out because the load times were just so long. I was like, this is really hurting the game. Same thing with Devil May Cry and all these other games. So the PS5 would definitely be worth the upgrade for that alone, for regular games. But for shmups, you know, load times aren't really an issue, right? And then no 480p. So those are my thoughts on the PS5. I'll probably make an official video about that, actually. Okay, Soy Milk asks, from the perspective of design, do you think it's best to approach making a shmup that makes scoring and survival equally enjoyable to play? Is that something that should be considered? Yes and yes. My view on shmup design, and I think this is Cave's view as well, because I think this is why Cave is as popular as it is sort of across the fan base. I know not everyone loves Cave, but there's no denying they are sort of the kings of the genre, in my opinion. And I think Cave understands this. They make a shmup that's really fun for survival, and then they enter in the scoring system in a way that really complements the survival gameplay. But you can enjoy both on both levels, right? And it's a nice progression too, where you enter it and playing for survival is really fun, but then you take it to the next level with a really strong scoring system that makes the survival gameplay more concentrated. Dononpachi is a great example of this. I think that's the way to do it. Grega's like this. I think all the great shmups are like this, where the survival gameplay itself is fun, but they add in that extra layer of scoring that complements the survival gameplay and pressurizes it, I guess to say, where playing more difficult rewards you with more score, and it just feels more legit to do that. I think that's the way to go. I think the way to avoid is the Euro shmup method of putting so much thought into your extraneous systems, like your power-up systems or your shop system, or maybe even your scoring system, and ignoring the baseline fun level of the survival gameplay. I think honestly, if you're I think it's better to make a game, a shmup, that's just fun for survival rather than just fun for scoring. But that's just me. But ideally, you want both. That's where you get excellence in the genre, I think. PS4 emulation is starting to exist now. Very early days, but in a year or two, likely be viable. I'm really curious about how the PS4... I see your other questions, I'll get to those. I'm really curious to see how the PS4 emulation situation is going to go. Because for a long time, I always considered like these newer consoles to be a nightmare to emulate. And I thought, you know, if they were ever emulated, like the PS3 basically, it'd be a nightmare, or the PS2. But then the Xenia and 360 really changed my mind on that, because it did seem kind of like you just figure out a few key things and it just runs super well all of a sudden. I wonder if PS4 is going to be like that as well, like where, you know, at first it's kind of jank and weird, but then they figure out just a few key things and all of a sudden things just running like you're playing it on the console. That's what I would hope for. I don't know though if that's the thing, but I could see that, right? Because isn't the PS4 supposed to... It's basically like a PC, right? Isn't it? It's not like the PS3, all weird. It's like more... It's more like an Xbox in that regard than the earlier Sony consoles. Oh, what CRT do I have? So I have two CRTs. I have my big mama here, the Sony Trinitron, and it's huge. I don't know how many inches, but it's the biggest model I've ever seen. It's huge. I think the biggest CRT I've ever seen, actually. 36, something like that. Somewhere in there. I love it. Yeah. I actually got it from a college dorm. They were going to throw it away. And I convinced I didn't go to this college either. Like, I just knew someone who lived in the dorm and basically smuggled it out of there. So, it's a fugitive. But it was destined for death. I saved it. You know, it was like a rescue CRT. So this is my favorite CRT by far. But then I have my little guy here, which is a PC CRT. So this bad boy can play 720p. So all else fails on the newer consoles, I can play on this, but it's small. I like playing on my giant CRT, which is, I think, bigger than an arcade monitor. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than, like, if you go to the arcade and you play on an arcade monitor. I'm pretty sure this thing is actually bigger than that. But this guy, my little guy, isn't. It's like a 17-incher, I think. I would love a bigger one, like that 1080p CRT monitor that they use to make Doom on. I would love to have one of those, like a big old one. That would be nice. You know, 16 by 9. I'm actually going to make a video about this, so I won't go on it too long. But I do think we're going to run into an issue with aspect ratios and CRTs for horizontal games. I think for vertical games, we're safe, because vertical games are just, like, because monitors are not getting taller, they're getting wider. So vertical games aren't really being affected by this, because they just stay in the sort of same aspect ratio anyway. But I think horizontal games, that's where CRTs are going to start to struggle, because now they're making horizontal shmups that are 16 by 9. So like Rolling Gunner, for example. So you go to play Rolling Gunner on your CRT, and then you have to letterbox it, and it's already small. So that's an issue, I think. So that'd be interesting to see how that plays out for the horizontal shmups. We might get to a thing where you play vertical shmups on CRT, and you play horizontal shmups on gaming monitors now because of the widening aspect ratio. Or you have like a 16:9 CRT monitor, that'll solve it. Sorry, I want to catch up on the questions. Oh, I have a PS4 Amateur. Why do I have a PS4 Amateur? Because the Pro does not have 480p. So don't get the Pro. Do not get the Pro. You have to have the Amateur so you get your 480p. You do not want... This is actually something that came up. I found out I was gonna get a PS4 Pro. I was this close to getting one. But on my converter video, someone messaged me from that converter video and they said, the converter isn't working. The converter isn't working. I said, oh, okay, well, I know the problem is you need to switch your console to 480p. He says, he had the Pro. He says, there is no 480p. So the PS4 Pro does not have 480p, at least according to this guy. So I won't get a PS4 Pro because that would defeat the purpose of the console at that point. So no Pro. What about Toho Quest? Will you continue series? Yes, I have Cherry Blossom done. I just need to freaking finish the video. Yeah, Cherry Blossom is done. I just need to do the video. And yes, Toho Quest will continue. I'm starting to feel guilt a little bit about it. Like, oh crap, it's been way too long since a Toho Quest video. So yes, Cherry Blossom is coming very soon. There will be more Toho Quest. Have I tried an external SSD for PS4? Yes, it didn't help all that much. It helped a little bit. But the thing about it is that I use my PS4 for shmups almost 99% of the time. So the loading problem isn't an issue for shmups. It's only an issue if I was playing like Hitman or something, and I play those on PC. So, or my Xbox One X now. Like my Xbox One X is my official character action thing, where I play all my character action games on it. Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, of course the Ninja Gaiden games. That's actually why I bought it. So all of that stuff goes to the Xbox One X these days. So the PS4 just is my little shmup console now. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the What is a Euro Shmup video. I really like that video. It's one of those videos that I really like a lot, but I can't ever, it's like a little tragic that it probably will never get that many views because it's so niche and not really all that SEO friendly and everything, but it's one of my favorite videos, absolutely. Same thing with my what are they called? Shmup Sagas, Shmup Bibles. They have so many names I forget what they are. Dodonpachi, Ketsui. I'm gonna add another one, DOJ, and I'm still kind of figuring out how I'm gonna do that to make it a little bit more discoverable and everything. Yeah, consoles are awesome. PCs are awesome. Yeah, I agree. So my view on it is if one has to go, it'll be the consoles, right? My PC isn't going anywhere. But I'm not one of those people who will not play on console, especially the PS4, which I think there are legit reasons to have a PS4 if you're a shmup player. There are many legit reasons, like the Ketsui port, the Grega port, Esperade. I mean, there's just those ports themselves are reasons I think at this point to buy a PS4, and there's a lot of other cool stuff on there as well. So yeah, the PS4, my favorite console at this point, which is funny because it started off, I hated the PS4 for many years. It was my least favorite console for many years. I hated it. I thought it was a piece of garbage, but it turned it around, and so now it's actually my favorite console, which is crazy. But what I'm actually making a full video about this, so I won't go on too long. But what it did was it just like the little train that could, little console could, like every step of the way, it just fixed every issue one by one, slowly but surely, just step by step. It fixed all of the little issues, but it took years. That's why I'm not gonna get a PS5 as well. Not only because of the 480p thing, but like give the PS5 6 years and then it'll be good, right? They have to take 6 years for them to get it to work right. I don't want to miss other questions. Is it an HD CRT? It is not. It's a good old standard definition CRT, and I use my Extron. I probably missed that part of the equation. I'm gonna make a video on the Extron, but yes, that's how I'm able to do it, through the extra arm, which turns it into 240p. So when I play on my CRT, it's playing S-Video 240p, and it looks beautiful. Do I consider myself a super player? No. I consider myself a mid-tier player. So I have not entered the super player realm, unfortunately. I will consider myself a super player when I get 600 mil in Dodonpachi. That's sort of my own personal definition when I become a super player. So when I get the 600 mil in Dodonpachi, that is when I become a super player. Until then, mid-tier player, probably. Because, I mean, the gap between me and the super players is just insane. There's just, it's so clear and obvious that I can't even like pretend that I'm on that side of the line as much as I wish I was. And I do hope one day to be a super player, like in that skill tier. That is one of my ambitions. That's why I continue to do stuff like the Ketsu emote, and one day gonna try and get that 600M in Dodonpachi. But at this stage, I'm not. I'm mid-tier player, I consider myself. Let's see here. Oh, Vengeful Mosquito asks, what kind of monitor do I have? Well, funnily enough, nowadays, if you're talking about shmups, I play almost all the time on CRT now. Almost every time you see me streaming and stuff, I'm on a CRT. Unless it's 16:9 games that are horizontal, then I'll be playing on a gaming monitor. And it's an Asus G-Sync monitor. And I would look it up for you, but I don't want to sit down and scroll through Google too long. But it's an Asus G-Sync monitor, and it's like the only one. So just look up Asus G-Sync monitor, and it's probably it, because it's like the only one. There's only one Asus G-Sync monitor, and that's the one. And it's a great monitor, and I definitely recommend it. Yeah, I didn't know about the 40p thing either until Gogeta's talking about the 40p on the Pro. I didn't know about it either until I made that video, and someone said, hey, there's no 40p on the Pro. I was like, whoa. I tried to look it up on different things. It's not something people usually comment on or document, because who plays in 40p anywhere, right? I'm looking at KBX's comment here. How are Sega Master System's games supposed to look? I don't know, my dude. I am not an expert on the Master System by any means. I assume they're supposed to look like a NES game, I would say. Somewhere like that, right? Isn't it kind of equivalent to a NES? I think Fantasy Zone's on the Master System. That's supposed to be kind of cute. But I'm not super big into 8-bit gaming, whether it's the NES or the SNES. I do like the NES a little bit because it has some cool stuff on, but I'm not an expert in the 8-bit gaming realm by any means. That's one of my weakest areas of knowledge as far as gaming, because I'm like 16-bit onward for the most part. Oh, in your eyes, what would someone need to become a super player? That's a great topic. That could be a shmup topic video, actually. So maybe I'll explore the idea a little bit here and actually turn that into a video, because that's a really cool topic. Because it's a controversial term, actually, where, you know, if you're really cool and really in-depth in the genre, you don't use the term super player. That's so what's the term? Oh, I almost had it. Oh, it was almost clever. But it's passe or whatever, right? It's not cool to say super player. But I like the term a lot, and so I will continue to use it to everyone's annoyance. But as far as what is the criteria for becoming a super player, I think there's almost like a scientific way you could do this, right? Where you could look at the sort of skill spread for a game, and they have to be kind of more played games too. And then you could kind of statistically analyze them and be like, okay, if you're in the top 1% of the player base, you're a super player, something like that. And then you could kind of cut that off for different games. Now, I say if you get like a really significant game in a really significant score in a shmup, that's like a really easy way to tell if you're a super player. So Iconoclast, his DOJ stuff easily puts him in the super player category. Gus, he's like the world record holder in Futari now, isn't he? Easily in the super player category. Jamers, obvious, because he has a bajillion massive scores. Like, you look at his high score table, I made those high scores tables for my website. He was like in the top 1% of all of those, right? So Jamer's easily a super player. Plasmo, world record holder, easily a super player. There's actually a lot of Western super players. Some of them are a little less known. I'd put Banana-Matic in there. He's like a little bit on the lower side, but he did have some really impressive scores, so I'd put Banana in there. The problem is when you start doing this, I'm going to forget someone and look like an asshole. Juju Kenobi, I'd put him in there. He's really talented. There's a lot of super players, but I would say the way you sort of put yourself in that category is you have like a certain top percentage score in a significant shmup. I'll probably make a topic video on this because there's a way to eyeball it and sort of just tell, like, okay, that person's super. Kiwi, Moglar, obvious super players. Pearl, I put him in the super player category. Like, there's obvious traits too that you can, like, a really obvious trait of a super player is you're playing a game, and when they decide to play the game that you're playing, they embarrass you within days. That's a sign of a super player. Like with Pearl, he just picked up Donpachi. I'd worked on the game for like a year and a half. I died on Hibachi like halfway through at that point. I was getting near the clear, but I was still a bit of a way out. In like a week, Pearl caught up with me, and then he got bored and moved on. But like that's a super player. If they're catching up with you in a week and damn near 2-alling a game in a week, that's super player type stuff. So like the speed they learn games and also just the overall percentage within the score table. I think those are the two traits of a super player, right? And also another trait would be their ability to sniff out exploits and scoring strategies. Jamers is really, really good at this. That's why I think he's a really great playtester. I think Kiwi's also really good at this. Like, throw Kiwi and Jamers out of shmup and they will break it really quickly. They'll find the holes in the game. So I think that's another quality of this. Pearl's good at that as well. I think that's another quality of a super player. Yeah. So Vengeful Mosquito is saying if it has, yeah, Shmup Arch supports FreeSync and G-Sync. So if it has either FreeSync or G-Sync, you're golden. Yes, that's what you want. You want a FreeSync or a G-Sync monitor for sure. If you're not playing on CRT, I would say get one with FreeSync or G-Sync because it goes a long way. I played on a just an HDMI monitor for a really long time. Then I made the swap over to the G-Sync and it was noticeably better. So, and I think also, I have to confirm this, but I think also like playing windowed games, because some games don't have what's called true full screen. They have like windowed full screen, and Windows 10, a lot of Windows here. Windows 10 will like add lag on top of that if it's not true full screen. But I think if you have like G-Sync enabled or something, that helps with that. I haven't tested that. I'll have to test that when my G-Sync monitor comes back. Soy Milk asks how I made a video talking about, I think it was the Arcade is Infinite video is the one where I was talking about how DDP suffers on old replays because of the stage 1, the tutorial stage. Yeah, I definitely stand by that. And I think the thing is that I have like some solid proof because in DOJ they removed the tutorial stage, and DOJ is probably the best shmup ever made, right? One of them, in my opinion, is the best shmup. There's a few other contenders, but from my video, I consider DOJ the greatest shmup ever made. And from DDP to DOJ, Cave removed that stage 1. There is no tutorial stage 1 in DOJ, and I think it's because Cave realized this issue. They're like, wait a minute here, this is lame. This tutorial stage 1 is lame. Let's get rid of it. So yeah, I do think get rid of your tutorial stage 1s. Get it out of there. If you want tutorials, put it like in another mode of the game at this point. Don't put it in your arcade mode. Pikiana asks, sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly, how do you prevent game hop syndrome? Oh, I don't know if you've watched one of my more recent videos, because it doesn't seem like it addresses this question, but it does. It's called How to Get High Scores in Shmups. The whole video is kind of like half of the video is about preventing this game hop syndrome, and I give you some tips. So one tip that is a little bit controversial, but I think is really, really useful if you're serious, is sort of declare your intents sort of in some kind of public fashion, whether you're telling your friends or you're messaging it somewhere or you're putting it on your channel or you're writing it in your diary. Whatever you need to do, you need to like declare somewhere that you're going to like get some kind of shmup goal in a game, like 2-all a mote or whatever it is, or a 1-all in something, or whatever it's going to be. Step 1, like make that social pressure a little bit more real, and then create a schedule for yourself of how much you have to play the game, and like make it like a real thing in your real life. Like, okay, I have to play, like for me it's like I have to play Ketsui at least 6 hours a week, right? So, and sometimes that's hard for me because I'm like in middle of this busy editing content schedule, but I have to like, okay, content wise I should be doing this, but I need to play Ketsui, so then you'll see me streaming Ketsui. So make a schedule, like a real schedule that you follow, and then try and track your progress as you go. That way you're seeing the improvements, because if you just sort of just play and don't think about the improvements you're making all that much, you can get discouraged pretty quickly, and then you'll hop off to a different game because it's really tempting. So I think those 3 things really go a long way to help keep you on track, and so you're not, you know, messing around town with every single shmup that looks at you, which is a real thing, and it's really hard to prevent. And I've gotten that place many times, especially when I was playing Dononpachi for like a year. It's like I always want to play something else so bad, but just gotta hang in there. Oh, well, the thing about pro is I don't really like the term pro, because pro would be, okay, this is, now I'm being one of those people, but I would never use the term pro player for shmups, because I don't think you can be a professional shmup player. I don't think that's possible, because there's not enough money within the genre to support you doing that. You know what I mean? Like, there's not enough financial ability to make money in shmups to be a pro player, right? No matter how good you are. Like, WTN is arguably the greatest shmup player of all time, one of them. He's not a pro player, right? I think, ironically, I would be, like, myself, or like the content creators would be more in the pro spectrum, right? Even though I'm not really a pro. You could argue, like, Jamers, he has a big channel. Iconoclast, he has a big channel. I think Iconoclast and Jamers would be the 2 people where you could make an argument for them being pro players, because they make some money at least playing games. I don't know if I would even count, because it's not really my gameplay that gets me by, it's my commentary and my whatever you call it, commentary, right? Or pundit status, right? Rather than pure gameplay. But I think Iconoclast, his channel is pretty successful from just pure gameplay. Same thing with Jamers. So I think those 2, maybe you could say they're pro players. They're as close as you're gonna get anyway, until you become like a VTuber or something. Be a VTuber, that would be a pro player, maybe. What about our boy Shalanchi? Not a whole lot to say about Shalanchi. His replays are, the nice thing about Shalanchi, at least, is that his replays are so ridiculous that it's not hard to prove that he cheats. That is one thing I actually do appreciate about Shalanchi, is that he's so tasked up. He's so tasked that you don't have to do this whole like dream situation or whatever, being like, did he cheat? Did he not cheat? Oh, maybe he didn't. Maybe he did, which has happened with other players and stuff. And it's like, oh, you have to really, there's no smoking gun. Shalanchi, the gun is on fire. It's not even smoking. The gun is exploded and burned, and there's bodies everywhere. It's so clear that he's cheating that at least that's the nice thing about him, is that at least it's so obvious that it's not as hard to prove that he cheats. So at least, maybe there's something redeeming in that. Like, you're so blatant that it's almost forgivable. AJ's Arcade says, I get bad screen tearing with VSync off and RetroArch. Yes, AJ. And the reason for that is that you're not G-syncing or free syncing. So unfortunately, the, what's it called? The triage situation with lag and shmups and emulation is you got this Sophie's Choice type thing going on, where either you embrace the screen tearing and get more lag, or you you embrace the screen tearing and get less lag, or you turn on VSync, remove the screen tearing but get more lag. And there's two solutions around this. One solution is in RetroArch using FreeSync or G-Sync. It does either one. So RetroArch, if you do FreeSync or G-Sync, you will get low lag and no screen tearing, which is beautiful. I have a whole video about this actually. It's one of my many videos on shmup. Or if you want to go the Groovy MAME route, you can do that as well. Groovy MAME has the same bonus where you get no screen tearing, but you don't get any lag penalty. So those are your two options if you want to get rid of the screen tearing and not suffer extra input lag. Is either go the RetroArch route with FreeSync, or go the Groovy MAME route with FreeSync. Okay, let me see here. What made DDP my main game? I'm actually going to make a video about this. About why I love Doronpachi so much. Because Doronpachi, the reason why I love this game so much is because it is so straight. It's like very my style of game if you think about it. It's like very close to being like the type of game that I would make. It's crazy dense. It's absolutely brutal, and it's not that complicated. Those are the three things that I like about shmup. Like, one, I haven't really made a video about this before, so this isn't as known about me, but I don't really like complicated scoring systems very much. That's why I don't really see myself ever doing a whole lot of Grega score play in the future or anything. Like some, but I don't really have ambitions to be like a great Grega player or anything like that. I like really simple scoring systems that are just hard as shit. And that's Doronpachi. You don't sit around and wonder, how do you get a big score in Doronpachi? It's very clear. Chain everything, don't die, don't bomb. You will get a big score in the game. It's that simple. But the actual execution of doing that is insanely difficult. So that's why, and the game is just so well made survival wise. And it has like some jankness to it that is entertaining. Like the boss glitches and all the weird safe spots and hibachi. The game, it's just got all the elements of shmups that I like. It's like a little bit jank, but not too jank. It's really freaking hard, but simple and straightforward. It's brutal and it pisses people off, and I like that. It just has all the qualities I like in a shmup. I would say that DOJ is the better game of the two, but as far as like Mark MSX world view, like my tastes, DDP is definitely the best. It just has all the elements that I love in a shmup. Let me see here. Oh, Shane's asking, out of the cave titles, he feels like Akai Katana and Gwange are the ones I never see people. Is that accurate? If so, why do you think it is? I think that is fairly accurate. The problem is that there are so many sleeper hits in the cave library. It is actually hard to say which one is the most sleeper of all of them, because like Akai Katana is definitely in that category, and so is a Gwange. The problem is though is that there are other games in this category too, like Ibarra, Pink Sweets, Muchi Muchi Pork, Death Smiles 2. Even though I'm not a huge fan of Death Smiles 2. I mean, there's that in there. Like, they have Dangun Fever Run. So it is kind of hard to quantify which one. I would say actually Gwange, however you say it. I remembered it and then I forgot it. Gwange, I think, is a little less underrated than the other ones. I think it has its sort of moment in the spotlight, and people do play it. Japanese players do play it. I mean, it is played. Like, it's counter-stopped, right? So the problem with the game is you can't fully blame the player base on that one, because Gwange is done, basically. It's counter-stopped. It's just a question of, like, how fast can you counter-stop the game, I guess. Now, I don't think there are any Western counter-stops, so it is interesting that more Western players haven't played it. But what's crazy about the game, and this is why I like the game a lot too, it's up there. In the Mark tier list of cave shmups, top tier. Gwange is really high up there. It's one of my favorites because it's so freaking crazy. Now, okay, Dodonpachi is insane because you have these long long complex chains that you have to do throughout the entire stage, and if you drop the chain, you basically lose your score and game over at the higher tier scoring. Gwange is even crazier because you chain the entire game. You don't just chain the stages chain into each other. So you have a game long chain. And that notion is so insane and yet so awesome that it is easily one of my favorite shmups just for that reason. But also the style, the graphics, the blood. I love one of my top tier shmup. So I think that one, at least for me, gets a lot of love. Akai Katana, I think, is very overlooked. But also Pro Gear is overlooked too, right? So I think Akai Katana is more overlooked than Pro Gear. It's probably the most overlooked horizontal shmup, along with Death Smiles too. It would be hard to say though, because Pink Sweets and Nabara are pretty overlooked as well. Dangan Fever Run. Tough to say what the most underrated, overlooked cave shmup is, but I think Katana's in there for sure. Oh yeah, thanks for putting on to Crimson Clover. Absolutely. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit behind in the chat. Not too far, I don't think. Yeah, a fantastic game. Yeah. I don't. Unfortunately, you can't make a living off of playing DMC. Though I will say something about DMC that I've noticed that I can't help but notice, because I was going to go do some DMC content, and so I was researching like players of the game, right, and like content around DMC, and I noticed DMC, for whatever reason, is like really popular among attractive female YouTubers, and there's a lot of like DMC videos of like attractive female YouTubers playing it, and so maybe you could count them as pro DMC players. Probably not in the way you think, but they're probably making a good amount of money playing DMC. So maybe there is a pro DMC player out there in that regard. All right, Audio. Sorry if it's a little late for you, my dude, but thanks for stopping by. Yeah, lagless. You will always get a frame of input lag on a modern display. At this stage, things are getting to be where I'm sure that won't be true, but at this stage, yeah, you still get you can still get a frame of input lag on modern, like on the best modern displays. Whereas on CRT, you get no frame of input lag. It's one of the reasons why I still play on CRT. One of the main reasons. Are plasma TVs good for shmups? No, I would say no, because they tend to be crazy laggy, and I actually don't think that big of a display is good for the genre. And this isn't. I love massive displays. I'm sitting next to a massive display. I guess how big the plasma is, right? Like, I'm thinking those huge ones, those huge like wall-sized plasma TVs. Those I would say probably not, because usually they tend to be really laggy. For like my plasma TV, I tried to play Garig on it. I'm fairly certain it had a second of input lag, not a frame, a second of lag. It was like 60 frames of input lag. It was crazy how laggy that thing was. So for that reason, absolutely not. But if you had some kind of like crazy fast plasma TV or something, I think another thing you run into is I don't think, because I thought about this too with like projectors. I've thought about, wouldn't it be funny to play a shmup on like this massive projector? But I think shmups are one of those genres where there's like an ideal screen size where you're not pushing your peripheral vision too much, but you're not straining your eyes either. It's like that. I think like the 34-inch CRT, somewhere in there is like the ideal size where you can see the entire playfield with a good amount of detail right in front of you, but it's not so big that you're having to use your peripheral vision too much, because you do kind of need to keep an eye out on the whole playfield while you're playing. Whereas in like most modern games, you don't really need to do that. You just need to focus in on the center. So for that reason, I think there's kind of a point of no return with the screen size. So the idea of playing a shmup on like this huge screen and the bullets are like the size of a car or something would be cool, but I don't think it would work out all that well. Who knows though? I've never done it. Gluta 2, yeah. Gluta 2 is definitely sleeped on for sure. And I think the thing about Gluta 2 though is I think that's purely circumstantial because it has all the elements to make it popular. It's basically like a precursor to Futari in a lot of ways. Like if you really like Futari and you like Gluta, like Gluta 2 is like if you took Esp Gluta and you stuck Futari on top of it, that's what you get. Like it's no surprise it came before Futari because they have a lot in common. The bullet patterns are really similar. The feel is really similar. It actually feels much more like playing Futari to me, just with a slowdown mechanic than playing Gluta 1 maybe. At least that's my take on it. What's that CPS2 cave game? Pro Gear. That's the one. That's the one and only Pro Gear. OLEDs are supposed to be even better for input latency. I've heard conflicting things on this. I'd love to hear more recent information because I heard back in the day it's like, you know, what was the one? There's one that's like the really bright one that all the BenQs were made out of that wasn't all that colorful. Like that was the way to go. And then people are saying like OLEDs are catching up. Not sure about plasmas, but the one that most people use for gaming, it's like the uglier one where it's like overly bright, it doesn't have the blacks and everything, but it's really fast and responsive, like the BenQs. I forgot what that's called, but that's kind of the one you want to go for. Would I ever be willing to try out Jamestown? I am scared to play Jamestown. That's why I haven't played it. I'm scared to play it. Well, I'll play it. I'm scared to review it and cover it on my channel because it's like I've never played it. That's the nice thing about never playing the game is I don't have to give my opinion on it. It's like a nice way to avoid the issue because I've never played Jamestown, so I can never give my definitive opinion on that game. Because I do know it's like a really popular shmup and it brings in a lot of people into the genre and it's got a lot of qualities that people like. And what I fear is that I play Jamestown and I don't like it and then I have to like comment on it for the rest of my shmupping career. It's like, what do you think of Jamestown? And then I have to be like, well, I don't like it or whatever. So I've been able to avoid this trap by never playing it, and so I might continue to do that for the foreseeable future. So I'll never have to actually give my opinion on it because I'll just never ever play it. Because I'm scared if I play it and I don't like it, that could get a little bit sticky. Because I ran into this with Cuphead. I made this mistake with Cuphead because I play Cuphead and I don't like it. And so now whenever it asks me about Cuphead and they're Cuphead fans, I'm like, oh no, no, because it's one of those games where Cuphead has like universal praise, right? And I'm not a hipster, so if I go and start bashing on Cuphead, you can't really make that work all that well. You're not going to convince that many people. Only like the super hardcore people are going to see where you're coming from. And so I'm afraid of a similar situation with Jamestown. I don't want to play it, so I never have to comment on it. What is my favorite Q 'em up? Oh, I had an answer to that, and then it slipped my mind. One of them is that Haka Mecha Fighter. That one is up there. That's the P47 Aces developer made that. That one's pretty cool. That's up there. But Sexy Parodius for sure, definitely up there. There's one though. This is what's sad is there's a Q 'em up that I love that's not coming to my brain and it is my favorite. And it's not Sexy Parodius, and it's not Hakameka Fighter, but I can't remember what it was, unfortunately. But I'm sure it'll come to me at some point. I thought about making a cute 'em up, actually. I thought about making House of Bullets a cute 'em up, and I probably would have, because I thought that would have been even funnier to make this like brutal, wild game, but also have like these cute little chibi animals. But unfortunately, I couldn't find enough assets to make that work. I couldn't find enough cute 'em up assets to work it. So now it's like this RPG looking thing, because that RPG stuff has lots of assets you can use, and you can get some pretty cool looking ones. So that's why House of Bullets looks the way it does, is because the availability of the assets. What's poppin'? I don't know. I don't know why I felt inspired to do this Q&A, but I did. Do I plan on picking up Ryzen EX? Yeah. Yes. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to play it, but I'm not going to review it like a normal review. I'm going to do a 1cc commentary of it, because it's already been reviewed like 3 times, right? Like Shmup Junkie reviewed it. I'm not going to top his review among the fans, probably. And then I think Bullet Heaven just reviewed it too. And so that's 2 bigger channels already that have reviewed it. And so for that reason, I thought, okay, maybe I'll bring a little something different. And I don't really feel like reviewing it either, but I do want to play it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a 1cc clear commentary video of it. That's the solution. So yeah, I'll play it and I'll cover it. And I'll sort of give my thoughts on the game in my commentary. Do I like Toho Eurobeat? Probably no. I don't know though. Is Eurobeat's a style of music, right? I like the Toho metal remixes a lot though. So if that counts for anything, like you go onto YouTube and you look up like Toho metal, I really like that. Or like Toho rock. I think Toho plus guitars is badass. And I think the was it Fantastic Shooting Festival 2 has the like rock, has like the guitars in it in the soundtrack at the end. I love that. So you throw guitars at the Toho. I really like that. I like guitar music a lot. So I have nothing against techno music or anything. I like do you all remember like Darude and like really like 90s, like super 90s techno, like a Darude and all that sort of stuff? I like that quite a bit. I remember I had a friend from Europe. Well, not a friend, like an acquaintance from Europe. He was from the Czech Republic. I remember now. He was from the Czech Republic, and he was like really into techno. And this was in 2007, so this is dated. Even that this example is dated, but it's as techno-y of an example I have. It was like 2007. He was like really into techno, really into drum and bass, really into that style of music. And I played Darude. I think he wanted. I swear he was about to slap me in the face. He was so mad that I liked Darude. He's like, that's garbage, bullshit techno. You don't understand how great techno is. You know what I mean? He's going like full techno hipster on me. And I was like, but Darude slaps, man. And he played me like the techno he was into. And it's just, I swear it was just like, you hit 200 BPM snare. It was just like, 200 BPM snare is what he listened to. I was like, yeah, I'm sure this goes hard in the club and everything, but Darude, that makes you move. So if that counts for anything, I'm a big fan of Darude. I'm sure that pisses people off. Techno fans, at least old school techno fans. Maybe though, the thing about music is like it has this curve of popularity. Like Linkin Park, like I really liked Linkin Park in middle school and high school. Everyone made fun of me. They're like, Linkin Park's shitty, cheesy, lame. You're stupid. You're an idiot. You have no taste that you like Linkin Park. It's like. And I'd argue, like, no, Linkin Park's just good music. I know it's not, like, it's cheesy, but it's good. And it's funny now, like, 12, 15 years later, now people like Linkin Park. Now Linkin Park's cool. Maybe Darude gets that same treatment. And maybe now, techno fans, if you say, oh, I like Darude, they're like, the classic, Darude. So there's my little spiel on techno. That's what you wanted to hear. I do wish I could do more music talk on the channel. I'm really thinking about this point, making a second channel. It's all about music. It's not about shmup. But I don't know if Eurobeat involved any of that. I'm not familiar with Eurobeat, but if it has guitars in it, like you say, I probably like it. I like guitar music a lot. You throw a guitar in there, I'll start to like it. Oh yeah, only game journalists dislike Cuphead. I don't know if that's true. Do they, like, that one guy disliked it, right? But I think game journalists on the whole were pretty all about Cuphead. They were all about it. I mean, that game. Some games just get the shine. You know what I mean? They have the shine, like Undertale, Cuphead, where they just, and you just don't touch it. It's like, hey, they got the shine. Don't touch it because you're gonna get pistol whipped. Cuphead, I think, is in that category. So I don't criticize Cuphead openly too much, but I do think the game, like, the graphics are fantastic, but the gameplay is like, it's a Euro shmup. That's what I think about it. It's like very Euro shmup, and so I guess if people ask me, like, what, it's not my favorite Euro shmup either, so I can't even say that. That's my sort of summation of Cuphead. It's like really Euro shmuppy. What I think about Twinkle Star Sprites, really cool game. I think probably the best competitive shmup what I've seen. Like, that, it seems to be the most viable competitive shmup. So if you're all about the competitive shmups, oh, is Cotton a cute 'em up? I really like Cotton a lot. I don't know if it's my favorite, but there's a cute 'em up that I do like quite a bit. Yeah, the journalist couldn't get past the tutorial. Yeah, that's yeah, that's, well, I've given my spiel on gaming journalists, haven't I? And it's a classic though, right? I mean, you can never go wrong with the gaming journalist spiel, which is my thoughts on gaming journalists. As someone who has like a little bit of experience outside the world of gaming, in like the world of publication, not myself personally, but I kind of know that industry a little bit. What it is, this is my take on gaming journalists. It's like 90% of gaming journalists these days are not there because they love video games. They're there because they couldn't cut it in the sort of industries that they're going for. Like, this is why when you read like Kotaku or you read the like IGN or something, like, they're bringing up Game of Thrones and they're bringing up politics and they're bringing up trends and popular culture. Well, it's because they want to write about that stuff. That's actually their goal. But the games are sort of like the medium upon which they can write and they can kind of act. And they're kind of like the opposite of the Electric Underground. Like, the Electric Underground is like, my goal would be to get into mainstream media and start smuggling in all this hardcore gaming shit into it. That's what I did with Nintendo Life, and that's why I think I got fired. And that's why people were asking, like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you here, Mark? You have no business being here. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm trying to smuggle this content into this platform, trying to sneak it in. Like, I love the idea of a Nintendo Life review spending, like, taking off points from input lag and talking about like emulation accuracy and all that sort of shit. I think gaming journalists are like the reverse. They want to smuggle in all this other stuff into shmups, or into whatever they're writing about, Last of Us 2 or whatever the game is. And that's why I think the gaming journalist ecosystem looks like what it does. It's not because like gamers are all of a sudden all about, Game of Thrones or whatever it is, or all about popular culture. What it is that those people kind of found a niche to sort of fall onto, and if they could work at like some other magazine, they would, but they unfortunately have to work for lowly gaming journalism. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like the low point of a journalist's career. So, which is unfortunate. I think there are exceptions to this, where there are people who are players that enjoy writing about games and everything like that. I think like the what are they called? Digital Foundry guys are like that. Like the Digital Foundry style journalists. Well, I'm not all about Digital Foundry because the things they focus on aren't really all that interesting to me, like the graphics and all that. But they're, you can tell, like, they're there because they love games and stuff like that, rather than the other way around. So I do respect them. I just can't sit and listen to talk about. I thought it'd be funny if I did a sort of parody video where I started talking about like ray tracing and everything in the game. I thought it would be kind of funny, but I didn't want people to take it the wrong way. Where I review Battle Garega. I'm like, there's no ray tracing or whatever. There's like a kind of like a word salad if you watch Digital Foundry games. Like they always talk about ray tracing, ambient occlusion, all these sort of like, they just kind of come out. I thought it'd be funny to do like a parody video where I'm like the ambient occlusion, the ray tracing. But the problem is that when you start making videos and kind of poking fun at people think you're being more malicious than I intended to be. I just think it's kind of funny. But that's my take on gaming journalism to end that segment, is that's why they can't beat Cuphead tutorial stages or anything. It's not because they're just really bad gamers, it's because they don't play at all. Like, they have no interest in that. And the perfect example of this actually is, look at, I wanted to do a video about this, maybe I will, I don't know. The problem is this sort of, the hard part about this is it's really hard to criticize anything anymore, because everyone has all these shields that they can throw up at in front of them, and so your criticisms can be misconstrued in all these ways now. But I was really tempted to make a video criticizing and kind of talking about like the state of video game journalism and everything, because they had this new Kotaku person who came on Kotaku, and they wrote this sort of manifesto about their views as the leader of Kotaku, and the whole article has nothing to do with gaming. Like 0% of it has to do with gaming in any form. The entire article is like their life story, what their time at college, their political beliefs, their career ambitions. It's like, what? At no point in this article do you actually talk about like video game subjects at all. So I just think it's that's a great example of what I'm talking about, where like if she could be somewhere else at some other highbrow magazine, that's where she would be. She just ends at Kotaku because it's like, well, you have to do something with your journalism degree. Here you go, work at Kotaku. Yeah, I don't know what's up with DF Retro though. Is it just me? Have you noticed they like stopped making videos? Like his retro videos where he did like the Metal Gear one. I love those. Like the Doom one, the Metal Gear one. I love those, and I don't think they even make those, at least for a while. Yeah, I don't read the site either. I don't think gamers read those sites. That's another part of it, as I don't think people get offended by the term gamers. Thing is that I don't get offended by that because I'm even more niche than gamers. I'm like more hardcore gamers is kind of the type of market that I look at. The audience that I'm looking for. It's like gamers is too broad. We need hardcore gamers to enjoy the Electric Underground. But yeah, I don't even think like regular gamers read those magazines. I don't think they're doing all that well financially. So I don't think you need to worry about them, because I don't think they'll be around too much longer. I don't think they're going to be physically solvent for the next few, in the next few years. They'll probably go under. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this year has been like, I think it's just the publishers pay them off, right? It'd be funny if you could see their sort of like balance, their books of where their money comes from. That'd be, I don't know, this isn't true because I don't know, but it would be funny if you saw their books as like 60% of their revenue is direct payments from publishers to like give like warm reviews of their games and whatever. I think they are on the ticket. I think some of the revenue does come from that, and maybe that's a good amount of where their money comes from. How's the Q&A going? I haven't seen the Oh, 30 watching. That's awesome. Yeah, feel free to chat in, everyone. I think I'm catching up on people's questions. I'm sure I missed some along the way, so while I'm waiting for new questions, I'll go up and read some of the old ones. Do I like Eurobeat? Techno plus guitars sounds pretty cool, so I'll give a tentative that. What do I think about chaining in Donpachi? This is an older question that I missed. I think it's like a prototype of Donpachi's chaining system. And Donpachi's chaining system is the prototype of DOJ, and DOJ is the ultimate chaining system. I actually like Donpachi's chaining system more than DOJ because it's so stupid, because it's so strict. The problem with Donpachi's is that it's so strict that it's barely there. I know you can do crazy stuff with it. Watch the Shmup Slam episode, Shmup Slam run of Donpachi with Plasmo on the commentary, where we talked about it. Or was it Jamers? Was it Jamers on commentary and Plasmo's playing, right? Anyway, we talked about it. It has some crazy chaining tricks, but I don't think it's just too rough to compete with like the Donpachi chaining system and the DDP or the DOJ. I think those are the best two. Yeah. No, they definitely are paid off. I think, like you said, it's like, I don't think it's even up for debate. It's just how much, right? Like, how direct of a payment is it? And I don't know if they like literally write them a check, but you know what I mean? They do all kinds of sort of backdoor ways to get the money. And I think that's why everything is like, let's do a little experiment, right? While we're waiting for new questions, right? Let's do a little experiment. I'm gonna look up the Metacritic score of what was that game that came out that was going to change the world and break our brains? Cyberpunk, right? So Cyberpunk was the game that was going to save our lives and is going to be the greatest game ever made and everything. And then it turned out as kind of a flop, right, when it came out among players. That's from what I understand. Let us look through Metacritic right now. So Metacritic, 86% critic score, 70% user score. That's a pretty big difference. 10 out of 10 from the Czech Republic. Good job, Czech. M3, never even heard of them. Also, you notice how like there's like so many critic sites that I don't even know who the hell these sites are. Like, why can't I get on Metacritic? I applied, I couldn't get on. Like, why? Like, some of these sites are not any more reputable than my shitty little channel, right? So the Czech Republic, 100%, 100% from, sounds like some, oh, those are user scores. Multiplayer, 94, 90, 85, 80 from Screen Rant. Screen Rant is an official critic. Wow. Okay. Quarter to 3 gave it a 40. Well, quarter to 3 is not. It's not effing around. Oh, here we go. So I got the full list here. I just want to see what IGN gave it. What did IGN give it? 100. IGN Japan gave it 100. Okay. What about IGN America? I'm looking for like the big ones. IGN Italy, 93. I didn't know there are so many versions of IGN. IGN Portugal, 90. Hardcore Gamer gave it a 90. IGN Regular gave it a 90, of course. Can't go wrong with a good old 90, can you? Like that's the I didn't need to do my homework, just throw a 90 at it. Fanboy gave it a 70. I want to see who gave it a negative review. Literally one outlet gave it a negative review called Quarter to 3. That's impressive. It's kind of ballsy. Quarter to 3. Oh, it's like a dude's. I opened up the website. It's like a dude's website. It looks like it's straight from 1990. Wow. Well, good job. Good job for getting on Metacritic somehow. How did you pull that off, Quarter to 3? he's just got a little, it's like a little 90s website. See, how come the Electric Underground couldn't get on Metacritic? What the hell? Anyway. Okay, enough of that. I was just doing a little experiment there to see how positive the reviews were, and they were very positive. Yeah, but that's what I was going to say, is I think the lack of criticism is not a coincidence. I think there's a real reason why that basically none of those big budget games get low review scores. They rarely get them. They pretty much always get higher review scores. Yeah, so Plow's talking about the Switch input lag. I'm actually, so I own those converters, and I'm gonna do a video on this as strictly a PSA so people know that those converters add lag, because Brooks are naughty little boys sometimes. Like, they make some great products, like their ultimate board is fantastic, and that's what I actually use, but their converters are laggy and they kind of don't really advertise that. I remember back on their website because I got the converter like right when it came out, because I didn't want to buy the board at first, and on their website I tried to pull this up. It's not there anymore. Maybe on like the Wayback Machine you can find it, but there was like a blurb on their website when the converter came out where it talked about the input lag, and it literally said something like, "We don't know how laggy this is. Send us an email and let us know," or something like that. And I about sent them an email and let them know how laggy it was. Oh yeah, YouTubers aren't off the hook either. YouTubers are interesting. Like, I think about this a lot, obviously, with my channel. YouTube reviewing is a very, very interesting conundrum situation. No one really talks about it, but it's very interesting to be a game reviewer on YouTube, because basically the way it works is when you have a smaller fan base and like a more dedicated fan base, you can kind of just go full on holds bar attack mode, or you can be brutally honest basically, and it's fine, and your audience will probably like it. But as your channel grows, and I've kind of run into this myself with like the reviews of R-Type Final 2 for instance, where like there's a reason why you don't see a lot of negative reviews from YouTubers. There's a reason for it. It's not a fun process to do, and you kind of need to have that personality of being willing to do that, because it doesn't ever feel quite worth it, right? Where it's like I did my review of R-Type Final 2, right? And it was negative, and it was like negative, but I tried to put it as not confrontationally as possible, but even still it was a negative review because I didn't recommend you buying the game, so that makes it negative apparently. And that, I mean, that's not a fun process. And so what ends up happening for YouTubers is you kind of get into this situation where you either dig your heels in and you make your negative reviews, or you just avoid. If you're trying to keep your integrity, of course you could just be softball and softball stuff, and like you could be like what was that channel? Nintendo. No, Game Explain. Like, Game Explain had this issue for a really long time. Everything was great. Everything, you know. And Nintendo channels are really bad about this. I don't know why. Because I guess the Nintendo fan base is wild rabbits that'll rip your head off. But like, read most Nintendo YouTuber reviews. They always skew very positively. They're just super positive. And that's just like a real easy way to avoid controversy and to get views. Like this whole idea, because everyone thinks of like the Angry Video Gamer or something, or like the early YouTube days where like being a negative reviewer got you views and was like the way to success. I really don't think that's the case anymore. Like, if you want to be a popular game reviewer. Like being a harsh game reviewer is not the road to popularity anymore. People are much less like, I don't know, something's shifted. Something has shifted in the gamer mind from 10 or 12 years back, where negative reviews are met with much more hostility than before. And so, like, as a YouTuber, yeah, doing negative reviews is not a fun process. So that's why you see a lot of YouTubers being more, they skew more positively. I made a whole video about this called "Negative Views Need to Be Protected," so you can hear me spiel on about that if you want in more detail there. But I think that's I wish more people would talk about that though, because I can talk about it to 2,000 people, but I would love to see larger people talk about that. Yes, I would love to be on Metacritic. Absolutely. Yes, I really wish I was on Metacritic, because I want to be like that one guy. Where is he? Third Eye. What was it, like third quarter to 30 or whatever it was? I want the Electric Underground to be that score where you go through them, and the thing is that with a lot of these games like Grega, Destiny, Esperade, they don't even have Metacritic, right? Let me pull this up. I am pretty certain that Ketsui has no Metacritic score or something like that. Last time I checked, or literally one review. So like it would go a long way, I think, for shmups, because like no one has a Metacritic score in shmups that's like legit. So let me look. Ketsui. Here we go. Metacritic. Yeah, I really wish I was on. I'll probably reapply. I'll just keep at it till I get on there eventually. Yes, 0 critic reviews. So if you look up Ketsui Destiny on Metacritic, there is no critical. So if I was on there, I'd be like the one. I don't know if it'd make much of a difference, but I don't know. Something about it. I do wish I was on Metacritic for that reason. There's like 0 representation of the genre on there. And someone will find it that way. Like there'll be like 3 people maybe, but some person will be scrolling through Metacritic and find the genre via Metacritic, because it is a pretty big platform. As obnoxious as it is obnoxious, but it is also pretty big. So I would like to be on there at some point. That's really true, Revolution. I was gonna point that out. AVGN videos are much more tame now. That is 100% accurate. Like is he even the angry video game nerd anymore? He's like the grumpy video game nerd now, I'd call him. I get it. I explained why. That is. And also, maybe he kind of has the Chris Stuckman thing going, where I talked about this way early in the stream, so if you were there in the beginning of the stream. But what I was talking about in the early part of the stream was Josh RPG asked me, hey, now that you're making your own shmup, how are you going to sort of deal with this weird relationship where you're a critic, but you're also making a game? Because that's not a super common scenario. And what I was saying was that that's a great comparison to what's happening with Chris Stuckman, but I'm like a baby version of that, obviously. But he wanted to be a filmmaker all these years. That was his dream, whatever. Now he's going to be making a movie, but he feels uncomfortable now because he's got one foot in the industry now, where he wants to be, especially Hollywood, right? He wants to be in the industry, but then also he's got the other foot in the YouTuber critic space, where being in the industry sucks. Like that's what makes YouTubers awesome, is that they're not in the industry, so he doesn't know what to do. Do I pledge my loyalty to the industry? Do I pledge my loyalty to the YouTube channel? And he's trying to do this sort of weird compromise where he's like toning it down and whatever. He made a whole video about this. I'm not making this up. He made a whole video sort of announcing he's going to tone it down and not be as critical anymore, and kind of play nice softball with movies and everything like that. That is not the direction I'm going to go. What I said was that even if my game isn't that great, I don't consider that like a really strong case for me not being able to criticize things anymore, because those are 2 distinctive skills the creation of a game versus the criticism, they're very different skills. And so as far, oh my gosh, I'm getting way way out in the weeds here, but I wonder if that's kind of happened with Video Game Nerd, is what I'm saying. Is I wonder if, you know, he's gotten kind of beat over the head a little bit by the critics, so now maybe it's a little harder for him to be as critical because he's gotten kind of beaten down by the critics. And the thing about it is that a lot of people on YouTube, a lot of YouTubers I've noticed, are pretty sensitive people when it comes to the things they create. And myself personally, I'm not. I mean, I don't think you can survive in the world of shmups if you are, because it's pretty brutal out here in the streets. So I would, you know, if people meme on my game, they think it's shit or whatever it is, I'll just keep on trucking because I like it, you know. So, and it's very my style of shmupping. So, and I don't have these high expectations that it would be like the next Zero Ranger or anything. So, keeping the expectations in check and also understanding my role. I'm more talented as a commentator pundit than I am as a game maker. I wonder if Video Game Nerd kind of had that problem. Because one thing I did notice, this is just a speculation here, is so Video Game Nerd came out at the time with like the Nostalgia Critic. I know a lot about YouTube, maybe a little bit too much. Nostalgia Critic, all that sort of wave of people kind of like him, where they were more brutal and they'd meme on things and make fun of things. And then he made his movie, which wasn't that great, right? And it got pretty savaged by critics. It wasn't really all that successful. But, you know, it didn't really, on the YouTube side of things, it didn't really get whopped by the YouTubers, right? You would have expected YouTubers to eat him alive, right? Because his movie wasn't all that great. But they didn't, and I thought that was interesting. And I think it's because it's like the reverse, where there's like a little industry of YouTubers, right? And they didn't want to cross lines and step on feet, kind of like in Hollywood. So it's kind of like a weird internet version of that. But I didn't. That's something I've noticed. Is like, because I was gonna watch and review the Video Game Nerd way back movie to talk about it. I don't think it was in for the Electric Underground, like way back. And I noticed when I was going through, like, there weren't any like Nostalgia Critic type videos of it, or any videos really memeing on it or anything back in those days. Game Explained didn't give a perfect score and people got upset. That's funny. Yeah, well, they set themselves up for that, though. I agree, actually. I agree. Weirdly enough, I agree with their fans. Because think about it from their perspective. I think Game Explained should have given it a perfect score. I personally would never give it a perfect score. But, you know, my style of reviewing is you gotta grind that score out of my fingers, right? I'm not gonna give it to you. I'm much more harsher on my grading side than a lot of other reviewers. And so, like, me giving it a perfect score would be like, whoa, that's freaking insane. But the thing with Game Explain is they throw high scores at everything. Like, everything's a 9, you're an 8, you're a 9. So from the viewer perspective, it actually doesn't make sense. Like, wouldn't Breath of the Wild be a perfect score in their scale? Because if, like, some random Nintendo game is an 8 and another random Nintendo game is a 9, and then the best Nintendo game for a while comes out, it would have to be a 10, right? This is what you get yourself into, right? Where if you just throw 8s and 9s at everything, and then you don't go full force into the 10, like, I would kind of respect that more. I actually even think it would be kind of funny if, like, if a site like Nintendo Life was like more, would throw more 10s out there, because that's kind of bold in itself. Like, 8s and 9s are safe. That's the safe play. A low score is risky, and like a really high score, like a 10 is also risky. So I agree. Weirdly enough, I agree with their fan base. It should have been a 10 if you follow along with their grading logic. So the one case where maybe I agree with the with the Nintendo fanboys there. MC. I'm trying to think what MC is. MC. This was probably a while back we're talking about. I'll continue reading. I'm reading Gogeta's comment here. MC. I'm thinking like My Chemical Romance. What's MC? What is MC? Metacritic. Oh, that's what it is. Metacritic. That's what it is. So, yeah. Yeah, that's right. People go to Metacritic to see the big scores. That's absolutely right. Oh, great question, Soy Milk. Do I intend on working on House of Bullets until it is the best shmup, or do I plan to exercise? Is it more of an exercise? Sort of in the middle, Soy Milk. So my style of creating things is iterative. I'm not a Zero Ranger type of person where they made that game over 10 years and they fine-tuned it and it evolved and changed and they just worked on it, masterpiece style. That's super impressive, but that's not my style of making things. My style of making things is iterative. Just look at this channel. It's like step by step. I release, I get beat over the head, I learn my lesson, I go back, I repeat. Like that is my style of creating things for the most part. So House of Bullets would be kind of like that. Like I want to make it good and I want to make it obviously fun and everything, and I'm gonna, as I'm developing it, I'm actually gonna have my patrons play testing it and giving me feedback, and I'm gonna of course send it to all sorts of players and just get lots of people playing it and getting as much info as I can. But no, it's not, there is like a point where I'm gonna release it in a timely manner. I'm not going to morph it into this masterpiece. It's not going to be a masterpiece, but it's my first step into the shmup development, and I'm hoping it'll have a lot of unique qualities and a lot of potential, but it won't be a masterpiece, no. Because from the get-go, there's just not enough resources for it to be a masterpiece, because it doesn't have, like, the graphics will always be kind of Mugen, because I don't have an artist to dedicate to really fine-tuning all the graphics and stuff. I want it to be good though, but it won't be a masterpiece just by its nature. But what I hope to do is down the line, my third game, maybe that'll be a masterpiece. My fourth game, I don't want to fall into that style of game development that most indie developers do, where they make one thing, like they make Undertale, and that is their game, or they make Shovel Knight, that is their game, and then they, for the rest of their career, they're the creator of Undertale. I don't want that style of development. I want to make House of Bullets, learn my lessons, make House of Bullets 2, make it better, make House of Bullets 3, like Mega Man style, rather than, and that's how Cave does it too. Cave didn't make they didn't just create DOJ, right? They made Batsugan, Donpachi, Dodonpachi. They worked their way up towards DOJ. And afterward, if you like DFK or SDOJ. So that's how I like to do it. I like iterative style. So there will be a point where, unless it's a total nightmare, I'll just be like, okay, this is about as good as it's going to get, and release it. So otherwise, it falls into development hell forever, right? And I don't want to do that. Great question. Soy Milk should be like an interviewer. He's got some really good questions. Yeah. Well, Revolution says he thinks AGN's burned out too. I think so too. I don't think he wants to really, his heart isn't in it. But I respect him kind of keeping it going too though, because it's such a phenomenon. Like, to drop it, he knows, we all know, he's not gonna like come out with a new thing that's gonna be better than AVGN or bigger. So I get it. I get why he's kind of keeping it going, but even if he's not really into it all that much, tough. That's the tough situation of being like a massive success, is you kind of get locked into that forever, basically. Unless you're a genius and you come up with something really awesome a second time around. That's really rare. Yeah, exactly. He's the chosen one. Well, isn't it? It's not a hot take, right? Like, everyone pretty much agrees the AVGN movie was not that great, right? It didn't. And I think there's a lot of probably reasons why. It's probably just the scale of YouTubing to film. That is a massive leap in scale. So, I mean, maybe he should have. movie making's crazy though, so I can't really weigh in because you can't really be iterative in movies as much because their budgets and everything. Whereas with House of Bullets, the budget's basically nothing. Sock said he didn't believe in ever giving anything a 10 because that means nothing could ever be better. That is a very interesting topic, actually. These are like really small meta topics that I want to make videos about, but it's like those type of videos that I make that like get, you know, a very small section of the fan base like. But maybe I'll indulge myself a little bit on this, but I love that topic of should anything ever get a 10? How do you look at review scales? What's a fair review scale? I actually don't agree, and I'll give you sort of my thoughts on it. Maybe this will make sense. I think you should give things 10s, and it's because 10 in the material world, not 10 in the idealistic world, because ideally something can always, it's like almost, because people want to think about reviewing, people think about reviewing differently than I do. People think about reviewing as like you are a historian, and people kind of treat review scores like they're historical artifacts. Like in the year 1998, The Legend of Zelda was released. It received 10s by all critics, and we all think, oh, those critics in 1998 were prophets and seers, and they could tell that, you know, all these years later, Ocarina of Time holds up as this timeless classic. I think that's how people think of review scores, but really what a review score is, it's almost like a critic's prediction of how the game will hold up over time. It's more of a prediction than it is like a definitive answer, because you can't ever actually know. And if you go back and read review scores, you'll start to see this. Like, some games get these really high reviews, and you're like, you look back on that, you're like, really? Did that really, like Metal Gear Solid 4, for example? Like, you go back and you look at Metal Gear Solid 4, you're like, really? Was that perfect across the board? Really? Now that we have a little hindsight on that, and maybe Konami isn't putting the wrench in everyone's neck, we all look back on Metal Gear Solid 4, it's like, is that really a perfect game? Then also games come out and you look at the review scores and you're like, really? A 6? You know, that it should have been much higher. Like, isn't a very famous example of this is God Hand, right? Like, didn't God Hand get like horrible scores because none of the critics at all understood what it was or what it was going for, and so they all gave it bad scores. But I think of, like, if you're giving something a 10, what you're saying is, I'm betting my critical reputation it will hold up over time and be a classic over time, and that's a 10. Like, it's not perfect, but it will hold up higher, like the likelihood it will hold up over time is much higher than its peers, right? So that's why I have no problem giving something like Ketsui Destiny or Battle Grega a 10. Battle Grega Rev 2016 10s. It's like, really? Is any other shmup release, you don't think these releases are going to hold up over time? Like, they definitely are. They basically, M2 are on another level, and I don't really see anyone in the near future topping what they do. So that's how I kind of look at it. Not that they're perfect, because nothing's perfect, but it's just like, compared to the field, they're just, you know, they're just better. So that's how I look at the 10 situation. Oh, AJ's asking who's making the OST for House of Bullets. Schmidt is. He's above you in the chat. AJ, Schmidt, he's right here in the chat. He's making the soundtrack, and it's popping. It's gonna be awesome. Track 1's done. Sounds badass. It's got guitars, so you know, if it's got guitars and drums, you know it's good. It's good stuff. Kind of think a little bit, because I sent him Under Defeat. It's like kind of Under Defeat style soundtrack. You know, the guitar, heavy rock, not metal, but like heavy rock, 80s drums, all that good stuff. Little electronic elements in there. Perfect. Adam asks, will it be early access? Yeah. So it's going to be hella early access, because what it is as I complete the stages, I'm going to release them on my Patreon for the patrons to play and like playtest them as I'm making it. So you'll probably be able to play stage 1 in the next few weeks here, and then I'll do that for every single stage. And obviously at the end, I'm going to rebalance everything. But I want the game to have a ton of playtesting, because I think that's really the most effective way to really know what your game's going to be like, is just lots of playtesting. So yeah, as I create the game, as I make this, and I think it'll be interesting to sort of document this for people. As I make the stages, you will play them. So stage 1 is almost done, so a few weeks, patrons will be able to play stage 1. Tommy's asking, oh, AVG and Movies Peak Cinema, unsubscribe. Oh shit. I knew it. I knew I went too far there. It might be like really good in a campy sort of way, right? But the problem is I don't think it quite pulls that off either. I think it's kind of a little bit stuck in the middle. Like, maybe that was the issue. Like, he wanted a little bit more of a real cinema experience, then he wanted the camp, then you get kind of caught in the middle there. Tommy's asking, how do I balance my private life, content creating, shmup life? Great question. I'm trying to give you like healthy advice, because how I do it is at times I just don't sleep, and that's not super healthy. Well, I will say that I try to get my work life really on point, and I think for certain people, this is the hard part about it, is like depending on your career, like this could be a lot easier or a lot harder, right? I have like a more lower intensity career, so like my day-to-day work, I mean, I have to work and everything, but it's not like I'm moving pipes or anything like that, or like a real hands super. I'm administrative. I'm an administrator, so administrators by choice. That was like my goal, to become an administrator. And administrators have a little bit more leniency with their time than non-administrators. So I don't know if that's at all helpful, but as far as maybe like outside of work too, I schedule everything, like, and that's not normally how I am. For most of my life, I just went by my just totally like what do you call it, like not hippie, but like really just let it flow type person most of my life. That's why I never got like anything done artistically, because I just whatever type stuff. Now I like schedule things, and so it's like a second job, maybe, if that helps a little bit to understand. Like Electric Underground is my super low paying second job. That's how I do it. Like it's my like underpaid second job. Yeah, admin gang, exactly. Super player tier list when I have that video has been in the Electric Underground development hell for years. I want to make that list. There's no reason why I haven't made the list, but I just haven't, because it's research, my dude. Research. It's just laziness. Like, because I need to do it right when I do it, because otherwise it's going to be hell, right? And I'm probably only going to do Japanese players for strictly, like, I do not want to do a Western one, because I know what will happen is that I will miss someone. I'll spend weeks working on it, and I'll miss some Western player, and then it's like, oh shit. So I don't want to do that. So if I do one, it will be a Japanese player list, because, you know, Japanese don't give a shit what I say anyway. They're not gonna get mad at me if I forget to put them on my list or whatever. So it'll be a Japanese player list, and I do have it sort of in rough form, but I definitely want to make that list. And thanks for reminding me, because I do need to get that out so this year at some point. The greatest shmup players of all time, Japan edition. What got me committed to shmup crack pipe initially? I don't know if this counts, but really the initial, well, Dodonpachi is like the obvious answer, and that's how I usually say it. But maybe like the underlying gateway drug. So the crack was Dodonpachi. That was the, that's when I got hooked on the junk, for sure. But the gateway drug, what got me into shmups, was Metal Slug, because I don't think I would have just played Dodonpachi without playing Metal Slug first. And it was actually coincidental that I played Dodonpachi because they were on the same emulator. That's why I played Dodonpachi, was because I was playing Metal Slug on Final Burn Alpha, and Final Burn Alpha doesn't support a whole lot of games. And the other game, well, the version that I was on, now it does, it supports a ton, but the version I was on didn't support a whole lot of them, and it had Dodonpachi on that version too, so that's how I found Dodonpachi, was via Final Burn Alpha from playing Metal Slug. So maybe that's a little extra bonus. So Dodonpachi was the game that got me hooked, but Metal Slug was my gateway drug into Dodonpachi. Had there been no Metal Slug, I probably wouldn't have gotten into shmups. Because, running guns are a great gateway genre. That's why I kind of think we need to focus on them a little more than we do. Because they're like the missing link between casual, like mainstream platformer gamers and shmup players. Like the missing link between them is running guns. So I think maybe I'll make a topic video on that. Like why running guns, why we should pay more attention to them, why we should promote them more, why they're important, because they're this sort of bridge between the genres. Yeah, working from home, ironically, no, not for me. Like working from home for me has been harder than working from the office. So, ironically enough. But what's funny is like before, I won't go on this topic because I don't like too many real life topics, but I will say, like before the whole working from home situation, like I used to spend a lot of my time in the office working on my website and like working on articles and all that sort of stuff. That's why like you don't see like any written articles from me anymore. Why I like hardly ever update my website anymore. It's because now when I have spare time, I work on the channel, I work on videos, I work on all the video stuff. But in the past, I had all these hours where I couldn't sit there and work on videos necessarily. I wasn't even doing videos then. So I was like writing articles and doing all the websites and all that stuff. So it's just kind of a funny shift. But I probably would have shifted anyway. Now I sit and work on my game. So instead of working on my website. Am I planning to review Gradius 5? Yes. Yes and yes. Gradius 5. I don't know if Gradius 5 is my favorite in this series. Because I'm not even sure what my favorite Gradius is. Because at times, I like find myself liking different ones. Like at times, like Gradius 2 is my favorite. Then other times, I like Gradius Gaiden. And then other times, I like Gradius 5. So I really need to commit myself a little bit on which one's my favorite. But Gradius 5 is definitely in the conversation of my favorites. It's Treasure, so it's crazy like that. What was the first video game or console that got me into gaming? Oh, that's a cool question. I don't know if people know this. Super Metroid. Super Metroid was the first game that really got me into gaming. Still one of my favorite games of all time. And which is funny because I don't like the genre Metroidvanias that much at all, except Super Metroid, because it is just a really good game and everything like that. And also just because I know it so deeply. But anyway, Super Metroid was it, because it wasn't the first game I played. The first game I played was Super Mario World. But the first game that was like the game was Super Metroid. And it counts because what happened was I got Super Metroid and I wanted to play it so badly. I was like 5 at the time. And my brother, he's kind of being a stink. To kind of manipulate me, my brother used to unplug and disconnect the Super Nintendo until I would do what he wanted. Then he'd connect it for me to play or whatever. Or if he like wanted to watch TV, like he wanted to get me off the console, he would disconnect it and I couldn't do anything about it because I didn't know how to connect it. And then he'd watch TV or whatever. We shared one TV. And So I bought Super Metroid when I was 5. I figured out how to set up the Super Nintendo. You know, like plugging in the RCA. What is it? The the cable thing. What's that called? It's not the RCA. It's shit. I can't remember what that's called. The one that's like all snowy and you plug it in and it's the cable one. Anyway, that one. I figured out how to set up the Super Nintendo to play Super Metroid. So I think that officially wins as the game that got me into gaming, because had I not had Super Metroid, I wouldn't have figured out how to set up the console probably for another few years. And it was the Super Nintendo. Like everyone my age. No, not SCART, Go Getta. That's very European of you. RF. It's the RF cable. Yeah, that's right. RF. Yep. I played on RF for years until we got a TV with the RCA cable. But that was it. Super Metroid and the good old Super Nintendo, of course. The thing about Super Nintendo is I played Super Nintendo my entire life. I never put it away. I never changed it out. Like, it was a requirement. Like, in my gaming setup, I had one of those switchers. You know, like the Pelican switcher, where you go from your Xbox, your GameCube, to your PS2. And I would rotate consoles in and out, except the Super Nintendo. Well, I just calling you out because Americans don't have SCART. That's like not a thing. So, like, maybe or maybe not. I'm assuming you're European, Go Getta, because you mentioned SCART. Maybe you're not. I don't know. I just assumed it was because Europeans have SCART and Americans don't. Like, there's no scenario where I would have been plugging in a SCART cable back in the day for me anyway. European people? Uh-oh, am I getting myself in hot water? Is that like is that pejorative to call people European? I didn't know that. If it is, I apologize. I don't know the correct terms for these things. I assume if you're from Europe, it's all right to call you European, but I don't know. Like, I have no problem people calling me American, so I don't know. I don't know all the global implications of everything, and I sometimes put my foot in my mouth. Oh, okay. Well, people get sensitive about these things, so I never know. Oh, this is a cool question. What is my favorite who do I think is the best fighting game developer? Well, at one point, pretty clearly Capcom or SNK, right? You'd have to bet it's like the Coke and Pepsi of fighting games. Capcom or SNK. I think the way I kind of view it is like Capcom is probably the better of the two, the more influential, the more important. But SNK are kind of like the cooler one. It's kind of like Sega and Nintendo, where basically there's really no denying that Nintendo, of those two companies, Nintendo is like clearly the more important, the more significant, the more historically better company than Sega in like every metric. But Sega's like cooler, so you want to always kind of give the hat to Sega because they're just way cooler than Nintendo and they're badass and everything. But I think that's kind of like Capcom and SNK with fighting games. Like, Capcom really are the correct answer in pretty much every metric, but SNK are like super cool, so I always want to say SNK because King of Fighters is a really cool series, one of my favorites. And you know, they kind of fell off less than Capcom because they just disappeared. I don't know if you want to count the modern incarnation of SNK, which isn't even SNK, it's like that Chinese company which just uses their brand. I don't really count that. Whereas Capcom is still Capcom and they're still turning out bad fighting games for some stupid reason. So that's a little bit of a blemish on Capcom, but when you look at their overall influence on the genre, there is just no denying that Capcom are the dogs as far as the most important fighting game developer. But my favorite would probably be SNK, because they're just super cool like that. I'm talking 2D fighters. My favorite 3D fighting company, people don't agree with it, but my favorite is Team Ninja. I like Dead or Alive. The Dead or Alive series is probably my favorite fighting game series these days. That's not even a meme. Like, Dead or Alive is probably... If Dead or Alive was more popular, I would play it more competitively. Because I mean, of course, the babes and everything is awesome, but people really sleep on how fun that game is to play competitively. I played it a little bit competitively with 6, you know, playing on online matches and everything. It was freaking fun. It, like, the counter system, like, getting holds on people is so satisfying. It's, like, way more satisfying than even a parry, especially when you, like, I had this one match where I literally held the entire match and killed them. Every single swing I held every single one. It was, or countered, or whatever it's called, a hold, but it's a counter or whatever. Yeah, I think Dead or Alive is super slept on. That's my favorite fighting game series these days. But as far as the best developer, I'd probably give it to SNK as my favorite, though the best objectively is Capcom. So there's the whole gamut of that question. Have I seen the Nickelodeon All-Stars gameplay breakdown? I haven't. Is it like Melee? I'll have to play it if so. But I don't like Nickelodeon cartoons, though, that much. So that's a bit of a turnoff for me, as compared to, like, Melee, where I love Nintendo characters. But, I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a try. Apparently the gameplay looks good, so maybe if you're like wave dashing and everything. Can you wave dash? If you can't wave dash, I'm out, because that's just a game breaker for me. But you know, there was that one game, Rivals of Ether, which funnily enough YouTube thinks my game is. So House of Bullets, the preview for it, the YouTube thinks it's Rivals of Ether. That game's pretty fun, sort of like alternative to Melee. So, like, I mostly just play Melee. I'm like one of those people that's what I'll play. So I probably won't play All Stars all that much, but you know, maybe a little bit, or give it a try. What shmup or any type of game do I play to relax or clear my head? Super good question. To relax. I don't relax on shmups. So, like, when I'm playing a shmup, I'm never really relaxed that I can think of. Maybe the most relaxing shmup is, like, Zero Ranger, maybe? That's probably the most relaxing shmup I've played. Blue Revolver is a little bit like that, too. It's kind of more of a relaxing style shmup. And how do you classify a shmup as relaxing? Is like, it has that sweet spot of bullet speeds where it's not brutally fast, but it's not slow either. It's just like this nice, gentle, but still challenging bullet speed. That's probably the most relaxing style shmup I can think of. But normally when I'm playing games to relax, like the ultimate relaxation game, like when I really need to de-stress, is the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure Battle 2. And I made a video about this. Like, I have a deep passion for that mode in that game. And I actually did a whole, like, S rank clear of that mode, where you raise your chows, then you breed them. You breed them to be S rank chows, and there's, like, this whole process to it. That's the closest I've ever gotten to, like, really super nerdy RPG stuff. And that's the most relaxing game for me. So Chow Garden, I made a video about it, which was a total flop. I almost feel tempted to do another Chow Garden video just to annoy the subscribers a little bit. But yeah, because I was really convinced that maybe some of the subscribers would enjoy my Chow Garden video, because it was supposed to be like an ASMR relax. Like, the whole point of the video was to relax. So that's for me the most relaxing game, is that Sonic Adventure 2, the Chow Garden stuff. Oh, cool, you can wave down. Oh, it's made by the people who made Slap City. I played a little bit of Slap City. The Power of Booga. Yeah, well, that does add some flair to the game. Can't deny that. Cannot deny it. People try to, but you can. Adds some fun. Yeah, I personally like Ether better than Slap City, but at the same time, I like Melee way better than both of them. Do you think the new TMT beat 'em up will be any good? I don't know, but I will review it nonetheless, and we will see. So that one I guarantee a review out of me for, because I'm really curious. Because I am the TMT Turtles in Time master officially. Like, I think, did I do a video on that already where I did a no death clear of hard mode of TMT Turtles in Time? No death clear hard mode, and I also have the world record score in the game, which isn't all that impressive, but I do have it. No one cares, but I do have the world record score. I say it with quotes because it's stupid, but how I got it was I sat and milked the boss for 2 hours, I think, hour and a half, 2 hours or something, and so I have the highest recorded score in the game. So, but it's not hard to get. You just have to sit and milk a boss for an hour and a half. But yeah, so I'm officially the TMT master. So I will decide whether the new one is good or not. All projectiles. Oh boy. Sort of, a little bit. Yeah, I talked about that a little bit, Sock. The Team Ninja Final Fantasy. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'll see. If they're not doing a lazy job on it, I might give it a. It might be one of those games. Team Ninja is my favorite developer, so it might be one of those rare things where I'll play like a mainstream game. Cause I like Team Ninja. I like how like brazen and how they don't give a shit. I love that about them. And I think they just have a real style to them that no other developer has. They're just so stylish, so badass. Like, they have all the elements that I love. Like, they have gratuitous violence, they have beautiful women, they have insanely deep, awesome gameplay. They're kind of like, they kind of piss people off a little bit, but not a whole lot, just a little. Like, all the elements. So Team Ninja are my favorite developer, and so I will probably play that game a little bit just because of that. Though they do make some crappers from time to time, so there's not a guarantee. They're not like the guarantee of quality if it's a Team Ninja game, but it's a guarantee of something anyway. Yeah, I'll have to try it out. Maybe Polly, I'll play you in it. Have we played in Melee before, Polly? Maybe we should. I don't know if we have. If not, we need to do that first. Play each other in Melee, then I'll play you in this All-Stars game, maybe. It looks super safe in terms of gameplay. So what I'm looking for in the TMT beat 'em up is that it needs to have the dash. So they better have the manual dash in there. If they don't, that's a mistake. 2, it needs to have the moves. So you need to be able, like, TMT actually has quite a few moves people know about. So you can do the kind of flying kick, you can do the slow falling kick, of course the dive kick. The dive kick is going to be in there. But they need to have the short kick, and they need to have the falling kick. They need to have the throws too. They better have the throws, so that you can grab them, you can like beat them on the ground. You need to have that, and they need to have the throw into the screen. Like, there's a lot of shit they need to have in there. They need to have the dash. The dash is huge. And then there's other things you can do in Turtles in Time. Like, you can do a dash into like this cartwheel and into a slide. So they need the cartwheels and the slides. They need all of those moves in there. Otherwise, I'm gonna be super annoyed. Yeah. Like, what I fear, AJ, is that it's gonna be like super slow paced, no dash, no throw system, other than like a real basic one. Like, I'm really afraid they're gonna make it into like a low rent Capcom beat 'em up rather than a Konami beat 'em up, because Konami beat 'em ups have a certain style, and I like that style. Sony PlayStation beat 'em up? I'm not aware of this one. You have to let me know what it is. I don't know much about it. Sony PlayStation beat 'em up? I don't know about it. Like a indie one that's coming to the Sony PlayStation, or or Sony is making a beat 'em up with like their IPs. Either sounds cool. Maybe impossible to answer Team Ninja or Platinum. That's super easy for me, Team Ninja, by quite a margin. I'm way more pro Team Ninja than most people, and I'm a little more lukewarm on Platinum than most people. Like, I like Platinum, but I don't consider them as good as Capcom or Team Ninja, um, in terms of their games. Like I like DMC better than I like Bayonetta, and I like Ninja Gaiden better than DMC and Bayonetta. So, my favorite Platinum game besides Bayonetta is probably Star Fox Zero. Star Fox Zero is pretty awesome, but Bayonetta is my favorite Platinum game. But outside of Bayonetta, like I know there's Vanquish. I haven't played that. I know people really like Vanquish. I'm not that hot on Devil May Cry, not Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Revengeance. I think it's solid, but I think it's a little like the combat system's a little shallow after a bit, as opposed to Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, and of course Ninja Gaiden. How do I feel about Ninja Gaiden's transition into the post-Igaki age? Well, it was a rough start, that's for sure. It was rough. Ninja Gaiden 3 was rough. But I will say that they sort of corrected it to some degree with Razor's Edge. I know a lot of people don't like Razor's Edge that much. I actually quite like Razor's Edge quite a bit. And I like the addition of the Ayane character and Kasumi. They're super cool. It's definitely not as good as Ninja Gaiden Black or Ninja Gaiden 2, don't get me wrong, but it's still pretty solid, Razor's Edge. And then I really liked what they did with Neo. Neo 2 isn't as good, in my opinion, as Neo 1, but I don't think, I guess this might be the takeaway here, I think Itagaki was great for what he brought to the table initially. Like he had the vision of what Team Ninja should do, and I like that a lot, and I think he was really good for that. But I don't think he's necessarily the person who makes those games as clean and polished and spectacular as they are. Like he's not like the Kojima type person. Like he's not in the, this is my opinion anyway, just based off of my understanding of Team Ninja games. He doesn't super come across as like the person that gives you that Ninja Gaiden polish on like the gameplay side of things. I think like the concepts, the direction, the ideas, that's what he was good for. But I think Team Ninja is kind of figuring that out now. So I don't think it's like this huge thing where Agaki leaves and Team Ninja's garbage now. I think he left and the direction they went in initially was like, no, that's not a good idea. But I think they kind of realized, okay, no, we need to correct course here. Neo was a great example of that. I think Razor's Edge was like, okay, let's try to do our best to salvage this game, which is commendable that they actually did that. No other developer has really done that I can think of in recent memory. Like, you release Metal Gear Solid 5 and then like turn around and fix all the stupid shit in it. Like that's not really a thing. So I think that deserves some point. So I would say I'm optimistic. Dead or Alive 6, I think is the best in the series. I think it's better than 4 and 5. So I think they're on the right track here. So I'm pretty optimistic about what they'll do with with Ninja Gaiden 4. Now, it's not guaranteed that it'll be good, but I think they're on the right track. Again, they kind of lost their way a little bit there, but I think they're on the right track again. Mark, at what point do you think someone has beaten a shmup? Oh, great question. Well, we can rule out when they coin beat it, right? See, Soy Milk brings the questions. Like, maybe I should bring him on the podcast to interview me or something. These are great questions. Like they're like all topic video questions, basically. But has someone ever beaten a shmup? Well, there's actually a definitive answer to this, to some degree. So survival-wise, of course, when you clear it, the question is with scoring. However, if you counter-stop the game like Guange, you've basically beaten it, right? You can kind of do the thing where you try and counter-stop it harder, like counter-stop it earlier or something, but if you counter-stop the game, you've basically beaten it in my book. That's like game over. You're done. So I would say counter-stop is a pretty good example of that. Though, of course, you can continue doing it like Gus did, where he kept playing past the counter-stop. and had to come up with this way around it. But that kind of has its problems, though, because if you're the only person doing that, are you really being rewarded for that? I think in Futari's case, I think it makes sense because it's such a it's like such an exception because it's such a famous, amazing shmup that people will continue to follow what you're doing even after the counter stop. But I think with like Guange, for example, I don't really see people being that interested in post counter stop scores in Guange. So that'd be one answer is when you counter stop it. That probably is going to happen with Dononpachi, unfortunately, here soon because of Glitcho and everything. And they did, and there was a counter stop found for Dononpachi that's like task only, which is funny. But as far as like humanly possible, counter stop is one of them. Some games don't have counter stops, which is cool. So at that point, I don't know. I guess if you're the person with such a high score that's just humanly impossible to beat you, maybe somewhere in there, like effectively a counter stop, or it's so hard that you can't do it. But the problem is that you could always sort of find a new strategy or something. But we actually talked about this with Dononpachi, where people were saying post Glitcho being found. I remember having a discussion where it was basically like, okay, don't bother playing Dononpachi because the game's done. Because it was, you know, WTN and all these super players have attacked the game for over a decade. You're not going to beat those scores. Those scores aren't going to get challenged. Game over, right? Then, you know, a little Glitcho action here and there. Some new strategies are being found. All of a sudden, you know, the game has a new world record holder. WTN has not beaten the game. Someone else has beaten his score now. And with Type B, it's just like not a good ship either. So the door is open again on Dononpachi until you get the counter stop, I would say. So you never really quite beat the game until you counter stop it or you get such a high score. Or I guess maybe if the game is so unpopular that no one will ever challenge your score. I guess that's one. It's possible. Like, I don't know. That's a great question. The problem is, too, is that you get people like Moglar showing up, right? Because you could say, oh, no one's going to beat SBS's Ketsui score in the next 20 years. Then Moglar shows up in 5 years. Will probably beat the world record score. It's like, well, you're never sure about these things. You know, you can always have some kind of prodigy out of nowhere come and destroy the game. So maybe the only safe answer is the counter stop. Maybe that's the only safe answer. I've never played Other M. So I need to play it though. Just to weigh in on it. Just to weigh in my ideas on it. Because I've never played it. And I don't care about the story of Metroid in the slightest. So, and of course, they Team Ninja'd the story, right? Didn't they make they made Samus all, you know, weird and hot and everything. It's like, of course, it's Team Ninja. What do you think they're gonna do to the story? Like, I like Team Ninja stories because they're so bad. Like, that's what makes them great. Is they're like so memeable and they're so bad. That's what makes them fun. So, yeah, I need to try Other M because I'm probably in like that weird section of players that probably will like it. Sock said he was shocked to learn why so many people like Neo 1 better than 2. I think it's because Neo 1 is the better game on like a core game design sort of thing. Like the level design is just way better. Neo's 1 levels are fantastic. Neo's 2 levels are complicated garbage for the most part. They're just so rushed. Like Neo, that's the problem with Neo 2 is it just feels really rushed. It has a lot of content in there, but it's just kind of thrown at, you know, it's just kind of... I respect them for making the sequel, so don't get me wrong, but I just think Neo 1 is the better of the two. It's just the boss fights are better, the combat is better, the level design is better, just everything about the game is better, other than the fact that you have more weapons and stuff in Neo 2 and all that, but I just, as the core gameplay, I think it's just better. Yeah, I'll have to play it. I've never played Other M, so I'll have to play it before I weigh in fully. Because who knows, it could be crazy. But don't you kind of do some Joy-Con stuff in that? Not Joy-Con. Wiimote stuff in that too? which everyone else hates, but if you're like doing railgun type stuff, I'll give it a try. Oh, the FF14 salvage job. Yeah, I've heard about that. FF14. Oh, that's the MMO, right? FF14 is the MMO, right? Where it like started off as really bad and then it became like amazing. I don't know what NMS is. You're gonna have to fill me in on that one. Yeah. Fun fact, Kaio, isn't the Dreamcast port like non-counterstoppable or less counterstoppable than you know, like the arcade version, like super counterstoppable? But I think the DC port, didn't they tone down the counterstop? I think. Oh, that's funny. Team Ninja aren't to blame. Yeah, leave poor Team Ninja out of it. Leave poor Team Ninja out of the debacle. They probably just made Samus hot, right? Like that's what they do. And didn't they use Samus in like the Team Ninja Samus in all the Smash games? Basically, they did, right? I'm gonna verify this before we continue to talk smack on Team Ninja. Let's take a look here. Let's check the evidence. So, other M Samus. See what she looks like. Yep, she's in her suit and everything. Yeah. Okay. Now, isn't that the same Samus that's in Smash Bros, right? That everyone loves? Like the same Samus. So yeah, Nintendo fans. You wouldn't get your Smash Bros skin tight suit Samus without a Team Ninja, right? Am I wrong there? I could be wrong. Yeah, the people want their skin tight Samus. Well, who do you think made that? You think Nintendo made that? That's some Team Ninja. That's some Team Ninja creation right there. Oh, No Man's Sky, right. That is true. But like the 3D model, right? You got to give the 3D model some props. Ultra Kill? Is that made by... Yeah, I was just saying the model, like, because I know you get Zero Suit Samus in... Well, you get her, like, in Super Metroid and stuff, too, right? Brawl did it? Well, now you're ruining the theory. With your facts. Damn you. Let's take a look here. Okay, Brawl Samus. I can't let this go yet. I have to lure it up a little bit. Brawl Samus. Here we go. Let's see what she looks like. Ooh, you're right. She does look very similar in Brawl. Did Other M come out before Brawl? Hold on, did Other M come out before Brawl? Other M release date. Okay, let's look. 2010. August 2010. Alright, now let's see Brawl's release date. Damn it. Alright. Alright, I guess. Yes, it is what it is. It was a great theory, though. Is Ultra Kill made by... Is Ultra Kill made by, Team Ninja? I didn't know that. Ultra Kill. No, it's made by RC Tala. Oh, I was getting confused. I thought you were saying it was made by Team Ninja. I'm like, what? What are my favorite Ninja Gaiden stages? Good question. Well, in Ninja Gaiden 2, the second stage is really good. It's kind of a more basic stage, but it's just a really solid stage. So stage 2, definitely. Of course, the last stage, no, the underworld stage is up there. I kind of like the airplane stage quite a bit. The airplane in Ninja Gaiden 2. Though the rocket launchers are kind of crazy. And that stupid boss at the end. I'm trying to think of stage. The problem with Ninja Gaiden stages is, here's the problem with Ninja Gaiden stages. All of them have these amazing moments, and then they all have these kind of like shitty moments. So it's hard to find one that's just amazing all the way through. Stage 2 is close to being really good all the way through. Oh, when you go back to stage 2, that's a really good stage. So it's like the stage before you go into the underworld, when you return to stage 2. That's a good one. In the original Ninja Gaiden, just any stage that had a lot of fighting in it. Because the original Ninja Gaiden I'm less warm on because of all the exploration you have to do and crap. So all the stages that didn't have any exploration in the original Ninja Gaiden. What's my favorite kind of enemy in 3D action game? The ninja types, like in Ninja Gaiden, the ninjas. Yeah, they're my favorites. Just like other humanoid type enemies that have similar attacks to you, and you have to kind of fight them a little bit more straight up. Those are my favorite types of enemies. Superman asks about Death Smiles. I would say do not touch the graphics of Death Smiles. Don't even look at them the wrong way. No. Do not remake Death Smiles graphics. Don't you do it. No, don't do it. No, I would actually like. I will say this though. So if you look at Death Smiles. Let's pull up Death Smiles. You all can't see this. You just have to follow along. So I found out if I try and pull stuff up on the stream, it like kills the stream for some reason. Like if I pull up YouTube videos on the stream, so I can't do that. But just everyone on your own computers, let's all look up Death Smiles. Death Smiles PC, right? Death Smiles Steam. So I will say this. I am not a huge fan of the Death Smiles, what do you call it? HD version. So it has two versions. It has the HD version, it has the arcade version. It has the original pixel art. I actually like the arcade version much more. So I would say this. Rather than remastering Death Smiles and making it more HD, where you like smooth all the edges, sort of make it a little bit more three-dimensional looking, all that, blah blah blah. Instead of doing that, here's an exact image of what I'm talking about. Copy link. I don't think I can paste images into the chat, can I? I don't think it'll allow that. So copy image link. We're getting real meta here. Okay, chat. I don't know if it'll allow me to put this link in here, but here you go. So here's the HD mode of the game, and here's a still of it. You notice how it makes the models like Cotton Reboot, basically. It makes them all like kind of more 3D-ish and smooths them over and everything. I actually like the arcade mode much more, where it has the original like pixel graphics. And I think it would be cool if they HDified the pixels. You know what I mean? I'm not exactly sure what you call it, but you make the pixel art just more sharp or whatever. Just increase the resolution of the pixel art, basically. I would like that rather than HDifying it. Like, just make it more pixel art rather than, because I think the pixel art looks better than the HD version. You know what I mean if you actually have the Steam port and you pull it up. I can't find any pictures of it because no one plays the arcade mode in the Steam version. But if you go into the Steam version and you play the arcade mode, it has different graphics than the HD mode. And I like that mode better. So maybe that's the answer. Play that mode. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Kay. Like the M2 ports do this with Ketsui, and they do this with Grega. Like, look at the M2 ports of Ketsui and Grega. Obviously, those graphics are like the pixels or whatever. The resolution is upscaled, but it's razor sharp and beautiful and pixel magic. Just look at Ketsui and Grega on PS4. Like that style. I would love if they did that with the pixel art in Death Smiles, in the Death Smiles port. I think the reboot's okay looking. It's better looking than a lot of other reboots out there, so I won't give it too much of a time. But I do like the original Cotton graphics better though. Yeah, Dingo. I agree 100%. I don't know if you're the Dingo or another Dingo. Because there's anyway, but yeah, I think it's just going to be the 360 port. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be 360 port with DLC characters though, which is kind of cool. So I'm definitely going to get it because I like Death Smiles a lot. It's probably my favorite horizontal shmup, and I'm definitely going to play with those DLC characters, see what's up there. Oh, that's awesome. Well, you can't go wrong with Ketsui Death Label, though. I think it's a really cool release. I really like it a lot. You saw my review maybe on that. I like it a lot. No, Red. I haven't played any of those. Oh, the cool potato CRT filter. Yeah, there's lots of different CRT filters in RetroArch that are pretty cool. No, I haven't played those Euro shmups. I don't tend to play Euro shmups because I can't really enjoy them. Even like ironically, I can't really enjoy them very much. So I get about a few minutes in and then I can't do it. My shmup addiction will not allow it. I can't do that with many games though, to be honest. I'm not one of those players. There are people who love, I think Pearl's kind of like this, they love playing like jank, shitty games. And Pearl is like this. Doesn't he play Black Tiger or whatever? He'll get mad because he probably thinks that game's awesome. But like, there's certain players that can really play those more jank games, and they really like them a lot. I've never been a player like that. I only really enjoy like really well polished games for the most part. Sometimes I can play some jank ones, but it's not totally my thing. So like Euro shmups and stuff, it's really hard for me to play those. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, I play on my CRT, so I don't use too many filters these days, but when I play horizontal shmups, I probably will bust one out. Yeah, Kusuge. Yeah, people love those. I can't really play games like that very much. I wouldn't say completely across the board I can't, but for the most part I can. That's a rough one for me. Well, I do a video on the DDP DOJ port, what it does and how to install. Thanks. No problem. So you're talking about install on the PS2? The PS2, yes, I'm going to do a video on the PS2 port. Calling Black Tiger a game is generous. Yeah, no kidding. But I get the feeling Pearl will defend that game to its death. I get he seems to really like that game. Hold on one second. I have a little present for y'all. Speaking of DOJ. Can you hear the Ziploc opening? Because I keep it in a Ziploc. Drum roll, please. It's not that impressive. But bam! I legally own the PS2 port. I just bought it. And inside is this son of a bitch. It's the Super Play DVD. What? And I'm going to rip it and put it on my channel. Except this Super Play DVD is the nastiest son of a bitch I've ever run across. I cannot get it to play in anything because it's like this weird region lock. I tried for hours on my PS3 changing the region of my PS3 because my PS3 is modded. Wouldn't take it. I can't play it on my PS2 because my PS2 disk drive is busted. I USB load everything on my PS2, so that's not gonna work. So I just gotta like rip it with like a DVD drive or something. But anyway, I do actually own the PS2 port of DOJ because it's really cool. It's really good. And so yeah, that's one of the few expensive shmups that I own. Okay, let me catch up on the questions here. Any games like Hellsinker or Altenex I can recommend? Yes. It's called Stella Vanity, and it'll be out on my channel. The review will be out on my channel this weekend, hopefully. Well, I'm going to be working on it this weekend, so hopefully it'll be done this weekend. Stella Vanity. Yes, there's the answer. DDP DOJ 360 port, please. I don't have that one. I'm not going to buy that one. That one's expensive. And it's not that good of a port. The 360 port, while it has really cool menus, I'll say that. Like, the menus in that game are some of my favorite shmup menus ever. The actual game is meh. It's not horrible, but it's meh. It's 1 extra frame of lag, and it has this really bad filter on the video that makes it blurry, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's like bilinear filter or something, and it's a little bit inaccurate. But the biggest problem with it is just the filter looks like crap, and the extra frame of lag isn't fun. It's not horrible though. It's not great either though. It's kind of it needs a better port. I have not played Tyrion. No. City Connection, those are the people who did the Psycho ports. They are. There is a glimmer of hope, however. The glimmer of hope is that, so the Psycho ports, the City Connection Psycho ports are the exact same game as the Zero Div Psycho ports. So it's naughty that City Connection didn't fix them, but the bad port job of those Psycho ports still belongs in my book to Zero Div, not City Connection. Even though City Connection republishes them now, and they should fix it, but the original shitty ports, which are the exact same ones on the City Connection collections, are done by Zero Div. So you can kind of be a little bit optimistic that maybe since this is a new thing City Connection are doing, and they're basically just moving over the 360 port, hopefully they won't screw that up. They might, but there's a chance they might not. Hopefully. Thoughts on Devil's Third? I've never played Devil's Third. I know Iconoclast likes it, but that doesn't. I don't know if that's. Sometimes he likes things that I don't like though. So with these types of games, so I'm not sure. I'll have to look at it. I do know it looks like visually, it looks like crap, and that's a pretty big step down from Ninja Gaiden, which is some of the most beautiful game graphics ever. So visually it does look bad, which is a knock against it, but I haven't played it, so I don't know the gameplay if it's good or not. Oh, someone asked me about Shmup Art. Should I pass that already? Shmup Art will be out next week. I mean, it's done. Just gotta make the video. It's done. I just need to make the video. So that's all that's holding me up. But I have like 3 videos I need to make. That's the only thing. Hey, congrats on clearing. Congrats on clearing. I saw someone cleared GG last day. Congrats on clearing that. Yeah, that one's a cool one. Last day 2. That one's a fun one. That's probably the best one after the new one, I think. Yeah, I hope they don't mess it up either, because Death Smiles is a cool game. And I am happy that it's coming to the PS4. So hopefully they, yeah, come on, don't screw it up now. Especially since the Steam port's kind of busted. So if they did a better job than the Steam port, that would be cool. Because the Steam port's missing a lot of slowdown. The 360 port, I don't know about the accuracy of the 360 port, but I think it is more accurate than the Steam version at least. So if they do the 360 version on the PS4, that would be nice. Yeah, no problem, Soy Milk. So the best ways to message me are either on Reddit or on Discord. Discord's the strongest way because it yells at me every now and again, so I look at my Discord the most. But also you can message me on Reddit. Those are the 2 ways you get hold of me. Will you try normal or arcade Stella Vanity? I'm trying. Will I get that clear? Not for the video, no. Not in time for the video. But I'll have some footage of that mode, of me playing the mode in the video, but I won't get the clear of the video. Probably the early stages of arcade mode in the video. And then maybe what I'll do, because I'm reshooting all the footage because I accidentally deleted it all. Not that that matters though, because I wanted to redo it anyway because I didn't really know how to play the game as well before. Is I'm going to maybe play like the first half of the stages in normal mode and get footage of that, and then play the back half of the stages on the quotes here easy mode and get the footage there, because I can't clear arcade mode over the weekend, unfortunately. Yeah, they did Cyber Delta, I believe. I'm trying to find a shmup on Steam that is similar to Battle Grega and Backraid. Ooh, that's a tough one. Because Grega and Backraid are very particular style shmups. On Steam. No, if you can find anything similar to Grega on Steam, unfortunately. I mean, Zero Ranger has some Grega elements, but I wouldn't really say it's that similar. Like, it has rank. It's like Grega style rank, sort of. Chat way in here, because I can't really think of a Grega style shmup on Steam. I really can't. Is it the general consensus that the best shmup port team are M2? Yes, absolutely. There's no debate. I wouldn't say at all. Especially the M2 shot trigger sports. There's just no debate. They're way better than the competition in every respect. Like, they're more accurate. They have more modes. They have built-in save states. They have online leaderboards. They have new soundtracks. They've got great arranges. They have really cool. Usually they have really cool extras, like really cool concept art. I mean, and the lag's low. I mean, they just do everything right. I can't really think of many criticisms of them, and no other ports really get close to that. Like, what other ports even have save states? Like, there's very little competition out there as far as M2's quality of porting, I would say. Like, I think Capcom sort of tried that with the Capcom collection, with the Capcom arcade collection. Like, they did some of that stuff. Like, they did some save states and everything, but they just didn't nail it the same way. Of course, there's lag issues and stuff. Like, M2 just... the amount of time and effort they put in these ports is absolutely absurd. So, no, at this stage, I don't think anyone comes close. I think the City Connection ports so far of the 360 games have been really solid so far. Oh, red. There's also Esperade. There's Mho Daisukuzen. Mho Daisukuzen. I think that's how you say it. Both fantastic games. Dangan Feverun, another Shot Trigger port. I feel like there's more I'm missing, but those are the big ones. Ketsui, Grega, Esperade, Mho Daisukuzen, Dangan. I feel like I'm missing a big one somewhere in there. But those come to my mind as the big ones. Especially alone, Ketsui and Grega. And Esperade, fantastic. Yeah, Grega has a very particular feel. It's so hard to think of other shmups like it. Oh, Super Power Man, I'm doing a video about that tomorrow. So you'll see that video tomorrow about the Espgaluda. I would tell you now and spoil it, but I actually don't know. I have the footage of the gameplay. It seems accurate, like slowdown wise, it seems accurate. And I have the footage of the input lag, but I haven't imported the footage into my computer to like count the frames. So I don't know. I actually can't tell either playing, because it feels responsive-ish, but it could go either way. It could be kind of laggy or not. I can't tell yet. I have to look at the footage. So tune in tomorrow for that. We'll both find out then when I do the video on it. It'll be a short one where I just do kind of a quality check on Espgaluda 2 more than anything. Which console has your least favorite shmup? What is my least favorite shmup? I had an answer for this and then I forgot it. Like, I thought about this for a while and then I forgot what it was. What is my least favorite shmup? It needs to be kind of shitty, right? But it's not also like Death Smiles 2 is in there as one among my least favorites, just because I love Death Smiles 1 a lot, especially graphically, and Death Smiles 2 looks like garbage, and that's a problem in my book. And it's like one of the few missteps I feel like in Cave's library is Death Smiles 2. Like, they don't have a lot of missteps, and I know there are players out there who love Death Smiles 2, and like especially like the players who like a little bit jankier shmups and everything. But to me, Death Smiles 2 it's not my least favorite shmup, but it's a shame because Death Smiles 1's so awesome. But let's see, my least favorite shmup. It's got to be one of those like really slow paced, any day now sort of shmups that just go on and on. I don't know, I'll have to think about that a little bit. Oh, right, you're supposed to say Destiny, right, instead of Death 90. Yeah. It triggers your fight or flight response because it sounds like a Mike Tyson coming at you. Yeah, you gotta Destiny. You definitely gotta get Esperade if you don't have it. That's a required reading. Esperade's up there in the Mark tier list of shmups. Esperade is one of my favorites, along up there with Kuwange and DDP and DOJ and Ketsui and Garega. Yeah, some of those ports, like the Grega port, right, on was published by EA. But the thing is, Prickly Angry, the tricky thing you need to keep an eye on is published versus developed, right? Because published is just they're selling it, right? They're just moving the game, promoting it, and all that. And like developing it, those are the people who are like hands-on doing it. So that's sometimes a little bit tricky, because sometimes like publisher, you don't necessarily have a whole lot of control over the quality of the game, right? Like sometimes you'll see games like Arc System's tricky like this, right? You'll see some games published by Arc System Works, and you're like, oh, okay, so you're expecting like Guilty Gear quality, and it's not, because it's published, not developed. So that's a distinction sometimes you gotta keep an eye out for. You probably already knew that, but it was a fun topic to talk about. Yeah, Yeah, M2 definitely the kings of shmup ports. Yeah, Darius by M2 is great also. Though they could have thrown in some more save state slots. I mean, come on, why? What's with these limited save state slots? That's something that's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. Sign More? No, I've never played Sign More. It's one of those games I'm probably never going to play either. Soundtrack's kind of cool though. Death Smiles 2 is your Bayonetta 2? Yeah, maybe. Something like that. I've definitely played Yugawa games. Like Grega, Ibarra, Pink Sweets. Oh, it's Yakuga. No, I haven't. What's the most aesthetically unique and pleasing shmup? Well, Anubis, you all know that I am all about the graphics. That's super important to me. I'm not saying that sarcastically. Just my voice is starting to get hoarse, so I sound a little sarcastic. But no, like, graphics are super important to me. So, that is a great question. Definitely one that's obvious, but we kind of forget it because it's so obvious, is Mushi. Mushi, I think, is kind of a game changer as far as shmup aesthetics. I think Mushi was a pretty big deal. So, I might give it to Mushi. I love Garega, I love Ketsui, I love Donpachi, I love DJ. But as far as like big move shmup graphics, big move shmup aesthetics, I think the original Mushi is up there, right? I mean, that's a big move. The whole bug forest theme, the purple bullets, the fantasy stuff, it's big move. I think it really took the genre in a cool direction. So I'm gonna give it to the original Mushi. Yes, I will do a vid on D-Move, definitely. Yes, I'm gonna get all the big hitters. By the time this channel's done, all those big hitters will be covered. That's part of my goal. Is by the time Electric Underground's done, I'm gonna have a video on all of them. Like all the big shmups, all the important shmups. There'll be an Electric Underground video on all of them. Yes. Justin's asking if I plan on playing Senjin. Yeah, I might do a video about it. That one's a little tricky, right? Because it is like straight up piracy at this point. Like I can't sugarcoat that exactly. Be like, you know, because it's just straight up piracy. So yeah, I'll definitely play it. The question is, will I play it publicly or not? I don't know. That's still in the air, but I will play it for sure. I think Raid. Esperade was the first shmup where you fly as a human. Another huge one. Raid's up there as well with Mushi. Big game changer. No, I don't know if Raid was the first shmup you fly as a human like ever, because you know there's so many like that. But the first humanoid Toho style shmup is Raid. I'm pretty sure about that. Well, yeah, it's early for you. It's pretty late for me. It's like 3 o'clock. I've been doing this Q&A for 3.5 hours. My voice is hanging in there. Dimaho. Do not ask me for shmup pronunciation. I still can't get Guange. I'll pronounce it 6 different ways. I'm really bad at that. Yeah, my issue with the Psycho shmup ports, maybe this might convince you a little bit, because it's a little bit harder of a concept to convey. My big issue with those Psycho shmup ports is, yeah, they play like crap in like every way. You know, they're laggy, They're bare bones. They're also not accurate, by the way. I'm pretty sure Jamer's gotten to like the second loop, and like the second loop wasn't accurate at all or something. So I'm pretty sure they're not even accurate. But my big problem with them, yeah, they are cheap, but my big problem with them is there's sort of like a huge opportunity cost there, because you could have gotten a competent port in that place for more money, and that would have been a better thing in my world. So rather than getting these cheap, bare bones, disposable, bad ports of these classic Psycho games, I would have much rather preferred more expensive but more polished releases. Like that's the direction I'm gonna always lean towards, rather than pure like money, because I feel like money wise these games are all pretty cheap, so it's more about the quality for me. And I don't mind a little, like the M2 Shotgunner ports, I have no problem with them charging more for them, but their quality is just so much higher. Like that's what I lean towards, quality over quantity, especially with like ports of games, because like there's a great game in there, you just gotta uncover it, you gotta present it to the player base, but it is there. Whereas if it's like a new game, it's like a new kind of crappy game that, you know, you can, that's sort of different than taking a classic game and making it bad because you do such a bad job on the port. I guess it's kind of like my best thing I can think of. Like, I don't know if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings movies. This is just like a great movie series that I love. But imagine like they took all the Blu-rays and DVDs. I guess Star Wars kind of has this, right? They take all the really good copies of Lord of the Rings out, and instead you buy like a version of Lord of the Rings, whether it's on a disc or a streaming or whatever, that's like a VHS rip of it from like a bad, it's like a copy of a copy. There's like grain, there's like static, the audio is like a little off, where like the mouth doesn't match the audio. Like there's all these like shitty technical problems with the release. But underneath all of that is Lord of the Rings, a fantastic film series. But there's all these technical things on top of it that make it bad. That's kind of maybe an analogy to think about with how I look at these Psycho Switch ports. It's like, underneath all this garbage is that great game, but you can't get to it because of all this crap in the way. So that's why I feel so negatively about those ports. Rather than if they were just bad games, you could just throw them away, right? You'd be like, oh, it's just a stupid game. It's not that big of a deal. But since there's something great covered in all this crap, that's what makes it frustrating. Yeah, I'm going to try it out, Prickly Anger. I am going to try it out. Yes, if you didn't notice, the background is Guilty Gear, the Korean OST, yeah. And I discovered this OST before Max made a video on it a week ago or whatever. It's like, okay, Max, we all know about this. Yep, I'll probably stream some Ket tomorrow for sure. I gotta get my practice time in. I did a little bit of practice on the Switch today, actually, but need to get my console practice in. Yeah, this is the Korean Guilty Gear OST. What's the next SCG you'd like to see running on the Mister? I've heard they were working on some like really cool shmup on there, and then just kind of stopped, like Guange. Like, I think they were working on it. I don't think it's finished. So finish Guange, because I'd love to play that shit on the Mister. Hell yeah. Max is a Psycho port of the FGC. I like Maximilian, dude, to be honest. Like, he's really surface at times, but other times he can be pretty insightful. So I actually do like Maximilian Dude quite a bit. I just wish he put out a little bit recently, especially put out a little bit more like meaty content as of late. He's been sort of like YouTubing it up, like full YouTuber, which I understand, but I wish he put out a little bit more meaty stuff recently. But it's also hard because the FGC is just tanked, so just everything about the FGC is tanked, like the activity, the releases, the tournaments, like there's just not a lot going on there, so I get it. But at the same time, it's just like 80% of his videos now I don't watch when they come out because it's just so surfacey, which I fear. I feared my fate. I don't want to fall into that as a YouTuber. I'm sure you can, so you gotta be careful. Oh, I have a video about this Blue Flag Alpha. If you look, I could link it here. I have a video like 33 shmup recommendations or something. It was for that sale, but it counts. Hold on, because it's basically my entire shmup Steam library are the ones that I really recommend. Let me find it. Where are you? It was just before Shmup Slam. There it is. 30 Steam Shmup Shmups without milking, or is that an inherent part of the genre? Oh, damn it. It like blocked my own link to my own video. Anyway, Blue Flag. Yeah, the Steam Summer Schmidt sales video. Why do I have so many S's going on here? So much tongue twisting going on. Yeah, that's the one. Are there any shmups without milking? Yes. Dodonpachi. You don't milk stuff in Dodonpachi. That I can think of. No, not really. I don't think so. We can milk anything in that game. DDP. Because you got a chain and all that. And the boss fights. There's no milking involved that I can think of. Yeah, DDP you don't. I don't think you do DOJ either. Ketsui, I think very minimally. Maybe a tiny bit in Ketsui, but not much. I don't think you milk stuff. DFK has lots of milking in it though, so beware of that one. Esperade, tons of milking. Guange, tons of milking. Yeah, Esperade has a ton of milking. No, I wouldn't say boss destruction counts as milking, because like you don't cycle it. I think that would be the criteria for milking in my book. Like for instance, in Dodonpachi, there's the stage 3 boss where you blow all the pieces up of it. But once you blow blow the hatch open, you don't like blow the hatch open again. It doesn't respawn. I think you need to respawn for it to count as milking. That's the criteria I'd say. So like if you have a boss with lots of destructible parts, like stage 3 Dodonpachi, and you blow the hatch, blow the turret, but they're not respawning, I don't think that counts. But if they respawn and you keep blowing them up over and over, I think that's the criteria for milking. Whereas in Ket, I think there's a few patterns or something where they have like respawning crap or something. Milking it, that or just out on the farm, man, out on the dairy. 2% milk, skim milk. If you get Esperade Plus, that's like the 2% because it cuts down on the milk. There's a mode in the Esperade port on PS4 again because M2 are bosses where they reduce the milking. It's the Arcade Plus mode. So if you want to play some Esperade, you want to reduce the milking, you can do that. Yeah, I don't think you can
But I don't think you they respawn though. I think you just blow them up one time. No. Though I think that would be funny. Let's call it the farm because it's just funny. Last time I checked, we got a pretty good number of people tuning in here. I'll go for another 15 minutes. So go, go, go. You have 15 more minutes to get your questions in. Uh-oh. Did chat freeze up on me? Hey, no problem. We still got 15 minutes. We still got 15 minutes of Q&A. How the hell do you, once you see Raystorm? Step 1. No, I actually don't know. Raystorm is what a game I want to play, though. You Brits in your tea. That's cool, though. I've gotten a little too American as of late. I used to drink tea, and now I've gone full shame mode. I go get Coke Zero from the gas station. That's bad. You know it's bad when you go to the gas station and like people at the gas station like recognize you. And they're like, "Oh, you're here for your morning Diet Coke or Coke Zero?" It's like, no, this is becoming too much of a habit. Or like they give you free drinks. I went there the other day. They gave the drink to me free. Like, oh, jeez. It's kind of cool, but it's also kind of a shame. Yeah, arcade mode is really cool. Yes, Berkeley. I will do all those raising, all the big hitters, all the cave games, every single cave game, even Death Smiles 2, every single raising game, every single Psycho game. That's good. Some of those Psycho games, I'm like, some of them are weird. I won't do the weird ones, but like the good Psycho games, all that stuff will get a video someday. Yeah, that's like one of my goals. Is this channel will not go down without taking all the main shmup videos with me. Who would be the second after MP Shot Triggers? Great question. Cave themselves did a pretty good job at times, kind of a crap job at times. So I don't know if I can fully give it to Cave themselves. So Cave. Oh, actually, there's a really easy answer to this, which is the OG port master. So M2 Shot Triggers are the port master now, but before them there was an OG port master who are, because the suspense is fun. You want to see this? Let me move my. Who are Eureka. Even though Eureka are super villains now, back in the day, easily Eureka. This is a yes, but someone asked, am I going to do a review of this port that I actually own, which is kind of rare? Yes. Like very soon. I have it here. I've been working on the video. Yes, because I consider this the most ground-breaking port of all time. Now, not the best, because M2 came along and did better ports later on, but this port, I think, is groundbreaking. It's forward-thinking. It is easily the best PS2 port. Easily the best port outside of the M2 stuff.
So I would give the second place crown to the OGs, even though they don't really do it anymore, Arika, because they did a lot of great stuff. This port, like I'm like researching the video and everything, like 3 super players worked on the port. 3. They like it's insane how good this port is. So Arika, because all these, like, you know, Clover, I think Clover Tack. Now, like, I can't remember. I have to re-look at my notes, but like all these super players worked at Arika and did the port. So yes, that PS2 port of DOJ is top tier for sure, and I'd give Arika the second place crown. There's only one flaw with this port, really. Like, I mean, it'd be cool if it had save states and all that, but of course it won't. But the only real flaw with it, and it's not even the game's fault, is that there's no Black Label, because it predates Black Label, or was around the same time Black Label's coming out. But that's really the only flaw with it, is there's just no Black Label on it, unfortunately. But as far as White Label, that's the way to go, for sure. Yeah, it's a great port. I might re-review. I probably will mention the 360 port more in my PS2 port review. But yeah, the 360 port is. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's not as good because it's got an extra frame of lag. Of course, it's stolen code from the PS2 version, so it's janky and all this stuff. Like, it is janky, and then also the video filter on it is straight garbage, and so it's blurry and ugly, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's literally nothing you can do to stop that. So the PS3, the 360 port's flawed. Most overrated shmup? See, this one's a tricky one, because I have argued that many shmups that we consider overrated are not, because the genre itself is so underrated. Like, the overratedness, like, if everything's a hidden gem, like, anything getting slight recognition isn't necessarily overrated, if that makes sense. Because I said, like, what happened was on Discord, I said that I felt Futari was underrated, and people got mad at me. They're like, Futari? Really? Futari? Futari? Everyone loves Futari. Everyone, you know, everyone talks about Futari. Futari's not underrated. My argument was that, yeah, among the 15 shmup players and, you know, the 300 shmup players in the world, sure, but in the course of, like, gaming media and everything, and, like, overall gaming, like, most people don't even know what Futari is, let alone rate it as one of the greatest games ever made. So this is a tough question, because I would always push that even shmups that are pretty overexposed comparatively, like Ikaruga, really are just getting, like, a fair amount of recognition, considering, right? So, like, you could always argue Ikaruga, because it clearly has the most mainstream recognition, outsized to, you know, what I think are better shmups, like Radiant Silvergun, for example. I like Silvergun more than Ikaruga. And then there's also stuff, of course, like the cave games and everything. But I don't know, it seems like a little bit of an unfair thing to say about Ikaruga. So that's actually a really tough question, and I'm not trying to be all proper about it or anything. It just really is hard to say what the most overrated shmup is. Probably like Jamestown, to be honest. Like, that's probably it. But I haven't played Jamestown, so I can't ever definitively say that, right? That's my loophole out of that sticky mess. But probably Jamestown, because I wouldn't say Ikaruga is overrated. I just felt like Ikaruga gets a fair amount of recognition that most other shmups should get, and Jamestown might get a little bit more than its peers, like a Zero Ranger or like a Blue Revolver or that type of thing, where I think those would be better games, but something like that, I guess. Jamestown, probably. Yeah, Arika as the Arika that made the PS2 ports is dead, so they're not coming back.
Yeah, Moglar. There's an interview on Shmuplations with all the super players in it. Like, it definitively says it. Like, it's not me speculating. There's an interview. It has like Leos, Clover, and I think now, like you said, yeah, it just says in the interview that they worked on it and played it. So you have 3 super players attacking this port, and the port is just way ahead of everything else on the PS2 that I can think of. It has like hyper rank and all this stuff, and you can fight the bosses, and it has death label, which is crazy. The thing is just really cool. It has that like no bullet mode, which is for like practicing chaining. People don't know why that no bullet mode exists. It's actually really cool. It's to practice chaining, so you can practice chaining without getting shot at. It's really cool port. It's fantastic. Yeah, Ikaruga could be overrated comparatively, but I just feel like it is a really good game though. This is the problem. Like, if Ikaruga was a worse game, you could be like, yeah, it's overrated, but it is a good game. So it's hard, right? Because it's not as easily dismissible as other things that you could call overrated, right? That's why I think Jamestown might be a little easier, a better answer, because it's like, it's not as good as Ikaruga, right? Jamestown versus Ikaruga, something like that. Someone asked me about why I'm able to stay up so late. How old are your kids that you were able to stay up so late? Oh, I have young children, so they sleep in. But I'm out in the shed, so even if they wake up, I'm outside. Like, I'm not in the house. That's one reason. Like, that's kind of a funny running theme throughout my videos. If you ever notice, I don't like my gaming space is like this tiny little shed outside. So in the winters, like, people made fun of me at first because they didn't know what the hell was going on. Like, go watch my Blue Revolver review or my Blue Revolver commentary review thing I did. I'm wearing like 3 coats or something. People are like, why are you wearing all these coats? Well, it's the middle of winter in Idaho. Like, it's freezing outside. And there's been episodes where like I'm recording, there's like a pile of snow like a foot next to me. You can't see it on camera, but it's like right there. Or it's like 1,000,000,000 degrees in the summer. So yeah, that's I guess the real answer to your question is I'm outside in a shed, so no one can hear me except my neighbors, and screw them. And some videos sometimes I try to record videos during the day. My freaking neighbors mowing the lawn. I can't record because their lawnmower is like super loud. Sinmora, yeah, that seems like a pretty. But I feel like the problem with Sinmora saying that's overrated is like no one cares about that game at all. Like, I know it had a bigger release and everything, but like, does anyone anywhere care about that game in the slightest? You know, other than having like decent marketing and everything, I feel like it can't really say it's overrated because like I feel like no one cares. Haven't done a video about verts versus horizontals. I think I have. It's one of those old school electric. I say old school, it's like a year ago. It feels old school. That's how time feels to me. One of my more like unpolished videos because I was still kind of figuring out how to do things. But I think I did, called vertical versus horizontal. And it's like one of those videos that YouTube never recommends ever because, you know, it's not all that well made. So I understand YouTube, but still, I say good stuff. It's just, you know, the video quality as far as like my production and everything, really old, really basic. Vertical, let me look it up. Versus horizontal shmup. There it is. It's got 2.5k views. That's not too bad. It was a Patreon topic video for Kino Tosi. Kino, where are you? I miss you, Kino. One of my old school patrons. Yes, I did do a video about it though. And I think what I said in the video, counter-stopping it or something, where you may think like SPS has beaten Ketsui, but then all of a sudden some younger player in another country just shows up and starts challenging your score out of nowhere. So you never really, you never really can be too comfortable thinking you've beaten a shmup because you never know. Unless you counter stopped it, like I said. Uh-oh, YouTube out on us? My connection's still okay. Yeah. Yeah. I sleep in on the weekends. I'm allowed to sleep in on the weekends, alright, Flo? Is that how you... Flo? I can sleep in on the weekends. I keep reading it as plow, but it's... I keep missing the H. Flo. Alright, we got 5 more minutes. Hurry! Hurry! Get your questions in 5 more minutes! Actually, we'll go 8 minutes, so it's like a solid 4 hours. We're at 3:52, so you got 8 minutes. Right when we hit 4 hours, I'm gonna hit stop. Right on the second, right on the minute. So it's a straight 4 hours. Yeah, I was saying that before Revolution. People kind of overestimate how popular and well-known the games are outside the genre. Like, if you go up to your random gamer friend, you're like, "Hey, have you played Futari?" What the hell's Futari? You know, they're not gonna know it. Or if you say, "Have you heard of Toho?" They might. Oh, you're all schooling me here. So it's British English for plow. I didn't know that. Like envelope. Oh, tier list: Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden Black, Ninja Gaiden close follow-up. Close runner-up though is Razor's Edge. I actually like Razor's Edge a lot. And then all the other ones are in D tier. Or whatever. Don't need to worry about the other ones. I've never played Dragon Sword. That does seem kind of cool, but I've never played Dragon Sword. But the other ones don't need to worry about. Still pronounced plow. Nice. Did you build your own arcade stick? In a sense, AJ. Show and tell time with my mysterious invisible button. So, I did research the technology to create the invisible button. That I did research and develop, so that it really comes in handy in tournaments too when I'm playing against people, and it's just like my hands are on air and they're like, what the hell is going on here? I'm hitting my invisible button. But yeah, actually I got kicked out of a tournament for having invisible buttons, so I had to put on these other ones, and this one is just ceremonial. But anyway, yes, sort of. So the lever, I have a whole video about this called the perfect arcade lever, which I still stand by. That's like a year old now. Same lever. Haven't touched it for an entire year. It's still beautiful, fantastic. Yes. But I didn't build it and I did all my crazy jank, insane mods on it. Don't worry about those. Like this is my auto fire mod, because this doesn't have an auto fire button. I didn't want to drill into it, so I just hot glued a switch for auto fire. Like, you hold it and then auto fires the button. You don't like have to hit it all the time. You hold it, then it activates auto fire on a button. And then this is my Ethernet jack thing, but it doesn't plug into the internet. It plugs into my USB thing, so I can plug it into all these different consoles and stuff. So you can plug it into a Saturn, you can plug it into a PS2, you can plug it into a Dreamcast, you can plug it into USB. So yeah, I built it in the sense of like everything on this is not original and they don't belong together. Like this case is an Xbox case, but there's no Xbox internals, it's my Brooks internals. The lever, I drilled the hole for the lever. None of these buttons are stock. Nothing is stock on this at all, except the case itself, if you want to count that. So yeah, it's the Franken stick, but works really well. I've never played Yamba, so I'll have to try Yamba. I've heard negative things about it, but I'll try it. Maybe it's good. What genres do I play, Charlie? I play shmups. I used to play a lot of fighting games, but I've sort of tapered off on that recently. So I'm just kind of just the time investment, really. It's just a lot of like playing a lot of shmups and then playing a lot of fighting games is like tough to juggle, and I play a lot more shmups now. So I do play fighting games a lot, but not as much lately because it's more of a time commitment than I tend to have. But so shmups, fighting games, beat 'em ups are the next big genre for me. Running guns, light gun games, mostly arcade-based genres, except racing. I don't play a whole lot of racing games. I don't dislike them, but I just don't play a whole lot of them. F-Zero GX and the F-Zero games are actually really fun. Project Gotham Racing on the Xbox is also really fun. I play like older RPGs that I've played a million times, and I'll play those over and over, but I don't play a lot of newer RPGs. So I'll play Pokemon Red and Blue all the time. Like all the time. And I'll play Super Mario RPG all the time. I'll play Chrono Trigger every now and then. I'll play the Advanced Wars games. I'll play... Ooh, I feel like I'm missing a blue one. Oh, Fire Emblem. Fire Emblems are up there. I like Fire Emblem a lot. Not the new one, because they tried to turn it into like a Persona game, which I was not a fan of. But like older Fire Emblems and everything. Platformers, being like Mega Man X, big into those types of games, the Mega Man games. You know, most of the stuff, like you run around. I do like FPS quite a bit too. I haven't played a lot of FPS lately, but I do like first-person shooters. Like, basically, if you want to know if I'll play the game, it's like if you're running around and doing stuff all the time, and there's a lot of action, a lot of things to do, high intensity, high pace, I play it. And I'll play some RPGs, like Knights of the Old Republic. I'm actually a big fan of that one, if you ever played that. Yeah. Toho is in a crazy, weird situation. Oh, do I have a video on my recommended layout for shmups and cave games? I do, but it's buried in one of my setup videos for shmups. One of my setup videos for RetroArch, where I show you how to set up buttons in RetroArch, and so in that video I do show you. I'll probably go over this in my Shmup Arch 7 video. But yeah, I do a weird, so there's like two main ways people do button, well there's the main way people do button layouts and stuff. The cave style, which is, this is your laser, your focus shot, this is your rapid shot turbo, and this is your bomb. And you do it like this, or like, I don't know, like that or whatever. I don't like that because I don't like to use my middle finger, or use my ring finger. So my way of doing it is I do focused, rapid, and I actually bomb with my thumb. So I do like the baby tiger paw or something. I need to give it a name, the tiger's paw. Like that. I don't know many other players who do that. I've never really met another player who does that. That's how I do it. Just tiger's paw. Shot, rapid, bomb. Because my thumb is more responsive than my ring finger. And I don't like doing this layout. Some of the older ports force you to do that layout because they don't have controller configs. Like Dota Apache Saturn doesn't have a control config, so you have to play that way. I think most players do the cave layout, but I like to do the thumb layout. My first name is pronounced like Flo back in the 90s when chat rooms were huge. Oh, hell yeah. So I was right, it is Flo. I figured it out. I got it. Yeah. No. Yeah. Modding heavy metal. I'm reading your comment. Yes, modding control sticks in arcades is a lot of fun. It is. It's like a hobby unto itself, right? Even outside playing the game. Yeah, I forgot I made that. Yeah, I made a shmup arch PDF for button configuration, and yeah, I go over the layouts and that. But I'll probably go over them again in the shmup arch 7 video, with, like more snazzy video editing and everything. So that'll be nice. Val Ferris spin-off shmup. I did not see that. No. On the note of flow, what do you think about rhythm games? I think they're fun, but I never really would get into them because they're too close to things that I enjoy more than, like, they're too, like, the one rhythm game that I really like to play is DDR, because you're like getting up and dancing and all that sort of stuff. Like that's a cool rhythm game. But the problem with like the ones where you play on like boxes and everything isn't that they're not cool and technical and challenging, but it's like that all that skill and effort you could just put into a fighting game or put into a shmup. You know, it's like too on the nose for me as far as like rhythm and timing and all that sort of stuff. Like for me it's like might as well actually bust out your guitar or your drums or whatever. Like I like Guitar Hero and DDR and that's because they're more like gamey. They're more like party type things. Like, oh, you bring people over and let's bust out some Guitar Hero, or you go and play DDR and it's silly and all that. But like the straight up rhythm games, like I can't remember the name of them. Like they're cool, but I would never play them because if I'm sitting there and like rhythm gaming, why aren't I just playing shmups? Like why would I rhythm game? why don't I just play shmup? Or why don't I play a fighting game? So that's kind of the issue I have with rhythm games is they're just too on the nose as far as what they want you to do. But nothing against them, of course. And maybe some people just like that sort of thing. They don't want to worry about flying a little ship around and all that. Hey, Charlie, thanks. That's awesome. So Charlie, there's this little thing that pops up, these little dots next to your donation. I was like, what does this do? So I clicked on it, and I can like ban you. That's funny. I don't know why they'd like make that be an option when you donate. It's like, oh, you donated me $5, banned. I don't know. That's just weird. But that's what they just had these little numbers pull up next to your name. Those little dots. Have you ever played Triggerheart Excelsior? No, I have not. What is it? It has one of those cool names, you know. So it sounds kind of like an RPG. But no, I haven't played it. I don't know what it is. Is it a rhythm game? Oh yeah, Korean stick is a pain unless you have the 5-pin harness. That's true. Or yeah, unless you solder it. I've taken to just soldering my sticks now. I don't even bother with the harness. I just straight solder the wires to them. I don't know if that's a good thing, but as far as like usability, but it's effective. I have not, Riviera. It's saying that you said Ninja Gaiden 2 is running on Xenia. That's really cool. That's really cool. Now I feel a little silly buying my super expensive Xbox, but that is really cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's just how I feel about them. Go get it, because I had a friend that was like really into rhythm games. Well, he was like going to get really into them, and then I've known like Cloudy was really into rhythm games. He used to stream shmups and stuff, and he was really into them. And I did ask him about him and sort of watched him play them and everything. It's just for me, I was like trying to get into it, but I'm like, you know, why don't we just play a shmup? But that's just me anyway. But there's nothing. I have nothing against them. I just personally would never play them because I would just play Ketsui or something. Yes, heavy metal. I have played S Bluta on the Switch. I've recorded footage. I'm making like a quick video about it just to talk about the accuracy and the input lag. The thing about the accuracy is it feels pretty accurate from what I'm able to see. And I did get some sections with like nice juicy slowdown, so I was like, okay, there's slowdown happening here, so that's a good sign. And then the input lag, I actually don't know. I recorded my inputs and everything, but I haven't imported it into my computer and done the frame by frame yet. So I don't actually know what the input lag is. It feels responsive-ish, but I don't know what the actual numbers are yet. I'll find out tomorrow. And I'll make my video tomorrow. Oh, it's a shmup. I didn't know that. That's cool. It has a really cool name. Triggerheart Excelsior. That's cool. Is it kind of like... It kind of reminds me of... Just the name sort of reminds me of... Oh my god. What's the one? Penetrate Black Package. What's the name of that one? Exceed. Kind of reminds me of Exceed. The way the name sounds. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think you could do a lot with the genre. All kinds of fun stuff. Beat Saber? I have not. What are the VR implications for shmups? Not great, I wouldn't say. Well, I think the coolest thing you could do for shmups in VR is like screen shit, like something to do with the screen. Maybe I'm trying to think how that could work, but some sort of screen thing with the, like, you have a VR screen that, I don't know. I feel like there's something there, but I can't quite put it together. But something with virtual screens, I think you could do something there with VR. Something with like a virtual, like, don't think of it like VR as in like you're flying around and you're seeing the bullets in 3 dimensions and all that crap. That would be cool for real shooters, like, you know, like a Star Fox style game. That would be cool. But I'm thinking like for a shmup, it still needs to be 2-dimensional, but maybe you could do something with like the screen where you could like zoom in and out or something. Or you could have like multiple screens around you, where like you look over here, like in front of you is like the regular Tate screen or whatever. Or like it could like perfectly match your peripheral vision, and like you could do maybe something with the screen, but I can't think of what else you could do. Yeah, I think heavy is probably going to come out there. It might be a little bit laggier though. I'll see. It kind of felt maybe it was a little bit laggier, but we'll see. The fun thing is I have all the 360 comparisons, so I know. Alrighty, everyone. So let's see what the final viewer count is, because this was a pretty epic Q&A. Take a look here. Cool. 40. That's some solid numbers for a middle of the night Q&A session. Then I got the chat, or I got the donation. That's really cool. Well, thanks everyone. I think that'll do it. I think that'll do it for this Q&A. I wouldn't say this is going to be a regular occurrence, so thanks everyone for tuning in, because I probably won't do another Q&A for maybe for quite a while, maybe for a few months. But it is fun when I do them though. But I want to keep them kind of infrequent, so they're a little more unique and interesting. Oh yeah, it's the morning for you all. It's super late for me. I better go to sleep. Adios, everyone.